live 10 minutes.
All right, we're live, dude. But I feel like I'm
We're
looking
live.
Like the side. I get like, oh, no, I don't like that. You know what sucks? It's so high now that like you can tell I'm looking like it looks like I'm looking way left. That's just me looking at you. And I'm like, I gotta get the camera to where my eyes. No, because I'm gonna be looking at the hockey game too. It's just bad. I'm not gonna be looking straight at all. I'm gonna just have to move this around the whole time. See now it looks like I'm dialed in, focused, paying attention, dog.
Covering up the beautiful grand piano in the background there. Hold on. Audio 1 2.
Oh, can you hear me?
There we go.
You know what? I have to stay close to it. I keep doing this. I gotta stay up here.
I need to stop watching our YouTube video and being our only audience.
Well, did we tweet it? Oh, thanks for liking my post, dude.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Enemies now.
Let's see.
Wait, did you tweet it or did Brad tweet
I'm
it?
getting ready to tweet. I'm tweeting. Okay, I'm horrible. God, I can't type. This is great quality right here.
Do I have Roger Goodell vibes though? Like I'm in my living room where we're chilling.
Yeah.
Remember he's vibing hard.
Yeah, you need to get the big old chair.
I know. I could move to my couch, but my computer's a little far. We'd have to go laptop, Aaron.
Let's see. FF Plus Network. I had to make sure I was typing in the right thing.
I think it's just Fantasy Plus Network.
Yep, there we go.
Oh, Carolina is winning 1-0. Who would have thought? Yeah, I'm in so much pain as an Islander fan recently. You ever have suicidal ideation? Oh,
about like hockey or the NFL draft?
Both, dude. Both. My God, sports is overwhelming today. Oh my God, dude. The Islanders are already down 2. I'm putting on Toronto. This fucking sucks.
So the audience, did we tune in for hockey playoff reactions or NFL draft reactions?
We're getting a little bit of both, man. I got money.
Yeah, we're still waiting on some stuff here. I mean, we got
definitely get Jose in here if he knows we're live. We'll have one.
Yeah. I just now tweeted it because I'm great at this whole promotion thing.
You've always been the best, man.
Always been the best. Always been the best. I mean, and truly so, you know, when is the draft? Here we go. Here's the first question for NFL Draft Stream. When does the draft start? Obviously, pick one. Caleb Williams seems to be that Jaden Daniels to Washington.
Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels to Washington. I don't like it.
I'm not a
fan. I don't
fan,
hate it. But no, I think all 3 of the top 3 quarterbacks are going to be good NFL quarterbacks, but I'd still prefer Drake May.
I think that for the people that have been that aren't going to believe it until it happens, that Jaden Daniels goes to Washington, you just got to look at what Washington did in the quarterback room just this offseason. They rebuilt everything. They emptied it out. And look at the 2 guys that are sitting at the top of the depth chart, Marcus Mariota, Jeff Driscoll, super athletic quarterbacks. When I saw that, I was like, okay, this Jaden Daniels to Washington, it's going to happen. It's, you know, that would be, I mean, Drake May's got some athleticism, don't get me wrong, but yeah, like Jaden Daniels, who's probably a play style comp for him. You know, if you're like, give me 5 play style comps, Marcus Mariota would be one. So not surprising. So then I guess it becomes, you know, New England. Well, we started to get some reports close to the draft that they're not going to trade the pick. They're going to stay pat at pick 3. Some smokescreen, you know, maybe they like JJ McCarthy. So
I don't think they were ever seriously going to trade the pick.
No.
It always just had to be like maybe someone will give us such a Godfather offer that we can't say no.
Right.
We get so much done that it doesn't matter if we trade the pick. But again, you're getting a good quarterback either way. You're guaranteed. Yeah. And like you need a quarterback. So just do it, you know?
The only reason I would have seen them trade back is like if your roster is just so far, like you've got so many holes across the board that you're like, yeah, we're not gonna be able to hit everything, you know, tonight or this off season. But
I mean, there's nothing they can really do to be hyper competitive this year. But like, it doesn't matter where your roster's at. If you can get a quarterback, you get a quarterback, right? Like everyone's always arguing, is it build the house and then move in, or is it move in and then build the house, right? But like.
Yeah,
it's just, is the quarterback good? Because if the quarterback is good and the team sucked, they'll be better. And if the team was going to be good and the quarterback's good, then they're good. it doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah, I would have been okay with them trading back, but I understand that they're going to stay there. If they love Drake May, take them. If they just feel like they're forced to take him, though, that's where I don't like the move. But if Drake May truly
Why?
is
Explain that. Do you not like Drake May?
No, I have no problems with it. I'm just thinking of it. How my mind works on this stuff is I'm thinking just roster construction. I still like Drake May more in the NFL than Jaden Daniels. I feel like the hate for Drake May's gone too far. Like, dude didn't have anything to work with in North Carolina last year. He went from having a good amount of weapons his what was his sophomore season to junior season, losing everyone except Tez Walker. Kind of rough there, but I think Drake May is going to be totally fine. And we've seen too, and for fantasy football purposes, that quarterbacks, it's the situation that matters the most. I want coaching stability. Yeah, we've seen so many quarterbacks ruined. I mean, look at the quarterbacks that were coming up with their fifth-year options, right? Like we talked about the Trevor Lawrence class, and where Trevor Lawrence is the only guy that has done anything that might still be. I think he's still be really good.
That class is just hot garbage.
Yeah, and that was a class that a few years ago people were talking about it being so great. Oh, we've got your dual threat guys that are going to break the NFL. Trey Lance, Justin Fields, neither one of them panned out at all. We had Zach Wilson, and look at the arm, but yeah. So I'm always trying to be careful with QB class, and honestly, this year, like, don't we kind of have another one of those classes as well? Like,
no,
there's so many.
Different.
Yeah, well, people are like, there's going to be so many guys. There's reports 6 guys going to get drafted in the first round.
No. There's 3 guys worth their salt,
mm-hmm.
right? And they're at the top. I mean, JJ McDaniels. JJ McCarthy. I'm sorry. I'm like mixing up my quarterbacks. Take it or leave it. I'm not sold. Someone wants to be sold. Sure. I think. I think there's a lot of reason to be skeptical, and I think he should be more of a second round quarterback. But he's going to go top 10 out of need. That's probably going to be the biggest bust. And I think one of Nick's or Penix, probably Nick's, goes later in the first, maybe at 23 to Minnesota. But I'm very shocked if all 6 go in the first round, despite what most people think. Oh, I got our guy here. But I think those top 3, like, you can't miss, dude.
All right.
Now we got a party. Hey, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing tonight?
Good.
Living the dream. One of us is watching hockey, though.
And the draft.
NFL draft. Okay,
I got a big monitor. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, so we were talking about, well, I guess really the first question is going, when does the draft truly start? I mean, Caleb Williams, 101, though. Jaden Daniels to Washington seems pretty locked in at this point.
Well, wait, I've never actually met Felix before. I think we started.
I actually haven't met either of you guys.
Yeah, Felix. Aaron's trying to talk football. Like,
hey, I'm down. I'm listening. Taking it all in.
No, I gotta do. What's up, man?
What's going on,
Aaron.
What's that?
Dude, you won DraftKings Millie Maker. That's crazy.
Yeah, like the second season of the DraftKings Best Ball Millie Maker. It was pretty wild because I won on a touchdown, the last play of the season.
Holy crap, man.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Doesn't get better than that.
The nerves.
Yeah, dude. I was already, because I'm in second place. I'll take, 100. It was like 125,000. I'll be happy, And then I was like, he broke off that run. Woo.
Wow.
So if we want some upgrades to our recording equipment, we know the guy to hit up.
I upgraded all of my stuff, but I still don't know if I haven't all the way upgraded or whatnot.
It always seems that, the more that you continue to do this, you will always be spending money. You'll be taking that money and investing it back into it. So it's a slippery slope.
Well, that's what you got to do. The real question is, how much did you leave in the account on withdrawal for future gambling? Because that says a lot about you.
I dropped that zero real quick.
Really? You just took it all out?
Just took it all out? Because I won it on the 3rd of January. So, like, I didn't have to pay taxes on it for a whole year. So I put it in, I gave it to my financial advisor, and he might have lost 200,000 right out the rip, but
wow. But you turned it around.
It was like right when the Russian war started to happen. Like I guess there was a big like kind of a stock market crash. So,
oh, dude, long term, you'll figure it out.
yeah. Well, then paying taxes on it, just so you guys know, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's like 40% of it.
Yeah, it was 450,000 if you live
Yeah.
in North Carolina. It's crazy.
That's how it goes, man. Yeah, no, you anytime you look at a contest, like I always said last year, like Best Ball Mania 3, like you're winning 1.6 million. You're not getting $1 million.
Knowing what I know now, you don't win very much.
No,
you don't
yeah,
win as much as you think you do.
Yeah, you got to account. Like, what am I actually getting out of this? You know,
Yeah.
a $10,000 winnings contest is like $6,000. You gotta,
Yeah.
You know, because Uncle Sam gets his part.
Oh.
But nah, dude, that is dope. I commend you. There's of course luck involved, but skill is part of the equation. So I'm happy we get a chance to talk. I did pretty well last year. No top finishes, but like top 1% finishes, which were cool. I've done a lot with like Player Profiler. I assume you've never seen anything I put out there. Almost no one has.
I caught the video you did with Bradley earlier this past
year. Oh, nice.
So yeah, you guys made me laugh a bunch. So
thanks. I try to keep it light, dude. Yeah. I also don't mind like throwing some chops out there. So you know, I'm just forewarning you. But Aaron knows. He's been dealing with me for like years.
For years, man. For years. I feel like the big loser in the group here. I don't have any big winnings at all. But a lot of it's just been getting better at the process. Best ball is.
I didn't win it for 8 years. So
yeah,
no, it takes time. It takes time. It
takes developing the process, and it's tough. That's a lot of the conversations Chris and I had. We were doing a best ball series for Player Profiler last year, and some of those conversations, it's tough. You have to think of players in a very different way from any other format. So I think one of the fun ones was being like Devon A-Chain's nice and he's fun, but Raheem Mostert's so cheap back there. Look.
Yeah, and it's also like site dependent. Like you want Devon A-Chain on DraftKings versus Underdog. You wanted Raheem Mostert on Underdog more than you wanted Devon A-Chain.
Yeah, very true, man. No, I'm glad we could meet up. So before Fantasy Plus, you were just playing, or did you do content with other sites?
When I won the million, I did my own YouTube, and it's okay.
Is that what's behind you?
Yeah. I don't know.
What is I can't read it. Best ball
Nation.
Nation. Oh, I love it, dude.
Yeah.
That's a good way to go.
Yeah.
Has like, see, my thought was always that if I ever actually win one of these contests, it's like, oh, if I make a thing now, people have to listen to me, right? Like,
right? Yeah, they don't.
No, it doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't matter,
like, because they don't want the guy that won; they want the guy that gets clicks. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know how much best ball information you guys consume, but a good buddy of mine is from Spike Week. Like, we went to high school together, and he throws like a whole thing up with best ball. So
I'm like you. I mean, I'm on year 8 now. So based on the data we've gathered, you know, there's a 30% chance of breakout in year 8 with best ball. So my time has come.
Yes.
You know, so but I mean, me and Aaron really, I mean, Aaron more so dynasty and regular fantasy football, but I've been grinding best ball pretty much like 4 years of it's to the point where it's like the only fantasy football I do. And I really narrowed it down to just underdog best ball because I don't even want to like overlap different PPR settings. So it's like I'm trying to win a Best Ball Mania 5 lobby by understanding how Best Ball Mania is going to go. Well, it's 3, but it's 15 million is like the total prizes. But it's but a fair amount. I'm assuming you do a ton of research.
Yes and no. I'm not gonna be the person that's gonna give you, he ran for 4.3 yards after contact. I'm never gonna be that guy. I'm more of I consume information and I do it like a vibes a little bit.
You're like the Phil Hellmuth of best ball. Like Phil Hellmuth doesn't use any poker math. Dude just rocks poker.
Yeah.
Love it.
I have big stands, and that's how I like to play. I don't really I don't diversify as much as other people do either.
So what was your thing last year? Like, what was either the mindset, the strategy, the exploit, or the player you feel really is part of the equation? Not last year, but the year that you won. Like, what was the main factor of the math equation?
Okay, so 2 years ago, I knew that. Well, I didn't know because nobody knows anything really, but I had a very big feeling about Cooper Kupp versus Robert Woods, and so I just smashed every third round. Like I was getting Cooper Kupp, and I was going to try to pair it up with somebody that was next to him because it was around early. So I paired him up with Chris Godwin as much as I could. So I had a pairing that not a lot of people had, and then I smashed as much Jamar Chase. I think I had like 80% Jamar Chase, and I had about 90% Cooper Kupp. And having like that pairing that year was the pairing you needed.
So you just said, hey, every single one of my teams hit because I just got the two best receiver values of the draft on every team. And then once you advance, it's just a numbers game.
Dude, people talk about, you don't really want a high advance rate. Those people are lying to you. It's because they've never had a high advance rate. I had 80 teams into the playoffs. It went from 80 to 13 after that first round because the playoffs are killers, man.
Mm-hmm. Bro, they're brutal. Yeah.
They're so bad. And then it went from 13 to 1. And it's like, I got that one team. It was my worst team. So it's like these people that say you want a good advance rate, but you want to be diversified. Yeah, dude, I want as many good teams into the playoffs as I can get. But that's how I look at it.
You know what it is? I think like, and what I'm going to do this year is very much a top heavy approach. Cause be super heavy in Kupp and Chase. And if you manage to be right, which you were, the rest of the options diversify. Cause then you're 1 in 80 team that slipped through. Cause that's really what you're trying to draft, right?
That's exactly my thought process is like, I want these certain players on all of my teams that I think they're going to do well in the playoffs and during the regular season. And then pick and choose players to teams to stack with those players.
That's
and I got really lucky having. I think I had Zach Wilson and Jared Goff produce points for me in the playoffs on that team because Zach Wilson had like a 72-yard rushing yard performance against. I don't remember. I think it might have been the Jags that year. And then Jared Goff popped off in like week 15 with Amon-Ra. So it's like they each produce like. You just have the right pairing to get you through and get extremely lucky because I only had really one tight end because Robert Tonyan got hurt in the middle of the season.
Well, I mean, it's amazing. It got there. And I think you're spot on with one or two guys. So it's super early. No one's process is finalized yet. But first knee-jerk reaction then this year, unless you don't want to share the secret sauce.
Oh, no, dude, I don't care.
Who's that guy, dude? Who's the first one you think of?
Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, look, he's going back to hometown cooking. He flourished when he was at UCF, and he's back down home. There's not really a dominant number two unless they draft Malik Nabers or Brian Thomas right now. He's the dominant two. Evan Ingram's going to get his share. You know, I just think that where he's going at pick 120, when he's been going, he's not doing anything different than he has done before. And I just think he's going to be a smash where he's currently going.
It's the same role. And Gabe Davis in best ball, best ball is where you want Gabe Davis.
Yes.
You're not having to guess which weeks to start him.
Dynasty or regular, you may not want to invest highly into Gabe. But in best ball, him, Christian Watson, these guys that can go for 2 touchdowns on 180 yards on 2 catches, like those are the kind of guys you want on best ball. Yep. And those are the kind of guys I go after. High upside guys, which Cooper Kupp killed me. Adam Thielen killed me last year.
I love it. So, I mean, listen, even if Gabe Davis only goes for 800 yards, he's in the Alshon Jeffrey role. And that Alshon Jeffrey role is good for 14 touchdowns. So I think it's probably better on underdog where touchdowns are weighed more heavily.
Yeah.
But I love Gabe Davis. He's finally at the right price, right? He was a 4th round pick 2 years ago. Then he's an 8th round pick. Now he's a 12th round pick. Give me Gabe Davis in the 12th round. And it's just an easy pick. I'm with you, man. I love it. That's great. Aaron, we really blocked you out here the last 15 minutes.
Sorry.
No, that's good. Because the NFL draft is officially kicked off. So Bears
kicked off with Eminem.
Kicked off with Eminem. Bears are on the clock, and of course they're going to milk this thing, and
it's just so weird. Like there's no offer that anybody can. They just want the film to everybody look at us.
I think like the reason a team, especially the Bears, have more of a reason for this is it's kind of like your dynasty rookie drafts. You take time, you field some offers. Maybe you're trying to talk trades about something that doesn't involve the pick that you're making here. And with the Bears sitting there at pick 9, like, I feel like you're trying to kind of get a vibe what everyone's going to do. We obviously know it's going to be Caleb Williams, and to kind of look at like his weapons here. So Caleb Williams coming to the Bears, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, a strong duo wide receiver. One of my favorite tight ends recently, when I really kind of dove into the numbers there, was Cole Kmet.
It's scared about Gerald Everett.
Man. Gerald Everett.
He's only going to be out there to pass catch, so why would those bring him in?
Nah, he's like the undersized move tight end. He's like 30.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll get some packages. I'd be more worried about the top 2 just siphoning everything.
Yeah.
Gerald Everett for Kmet. You know what I'm saying?
And then Swift in the backfield. Although, at least Chris and I, we're big Khalil Herbert fans, and I think that my Khalil Herbert thing to mention is. Won't be tonight, obviously, but Khalil Herbert, I'm pretty sure he's going to get. I think he's going to get traded or something. Because just logically, when you think about like this front office in particular, what they do this offseason was signing Swift. Last offseason was drafting Roschon Johnson. Like Herbert wasn't a guy that this front office selected. I don't think Herbert's bad, but it's just kind of one of those that clearly not the front office guy. And everyone's always like, "Oh, you want the rookie running back going to the Dallas Cowboys." What if it's Khalil Herbert? Herbert's not bad. He's unsexy. No one really wants Khalil Herbert, but he's fine. He's fine.
He's good. He's not like amazing, but he's good. He's a good running back. He's a good running back. I don't know, like they never use him in the passing game really, but they should. I think he had the chops to do it.
Yeah, you don't want to overexpose him in the passing game, but like a little swing pass or something. He's able to make some plays happen. Really, other weapons, it's rough. I know that some of the mock drafts have been like, oh, Bears will take a receiver and number 9. It seems weird, right? Because you go, there's DJ Moore and there's Keenan Allen. Why would they draft a receiver? But look at the depth chart. It's like,
well, they could get like a late receiver. Also, Felix, I didn't mean to come at you with the Gerald Everett thing. I just wasn't ready to hear that name. I don't know if I
no, you're good. It's just like
you just called me off guard.
A lot of mouths, and like as much as I like Cole Kmet as well, it's just I see Gerald Everett taking like 2 touchdowns away from him on top of the other 2, on top of possibly DeAndre Swift. I like Cole Kmet. As a player, I just don't know if the situation's good enough this year unless there's a lot of injuries.
I agree 1,000%.
I wonder if they're going to do more 2 tight end
sets. Gerald Everett.
It could be a 2 tight end formation offense.
Definitely the start this season. Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance Everett like mixes into some slot snaps?
Possibly. I mean,
depends on what they get the wide receiver position this year.
Yeah. I mean, they'll probably pick one late. Plenty of options.
It's official. It's official. Surprising. Caleb Williams.
Let's go. Is it Caleb? Am I saying it wrong?
Caleb Williams. Kyle Williams is a receiver that broke a lot of hearts for 49ers.
I'm just going to be real, man. I think the Bears are going to compete. I mean, I know you were talking about depth, but at the top level, we've seen high-end rookie quarterbacks come in and do really well when their team is loaded. And I mean, bro, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, 2 usable tight ends. Even if DeAndre Swift fails, you have Khalil Herbert. Like, he's got the weapons, man. He's got the weapons. And they might get a tackle here, too, in like the next 8 picks. So if they bolster that line,
who's the
Chicago Bears are going to be in the
Shane Waldron's the offense coordinator for
is he from Seattle or is that
Seattle? I believe. Yeah.
I mean, that could be a big running game, easy, setting him up for a lot of play action.
That and I look at this build. So last year the Bears started off abysmal, right? But about mid-season they were respectable. They were actually being competitive, and a big part is they have a defensive identity. They know that their secondary is a strength. You've got Jalen Johnson. You've got big old.
Let me ask you guys both, just yes or no, unless you feel you need to embellish. Do you think Justin Fields was a good or bad quarterback starting for the Bears?
Bad. NFL bad.
I liked him coming out of college. So I'm a little indifferent. I think he'll succeed in any other city. So I think he might even take over the job in Pittsburgh day one.
All right, so you're in. All right, so we have the dichotomy. I'm a little more on the fence. I think if Justin Fields was drafted off the bat to a better situation, maybe we could have seen better. And I'm not ready to give up on him. He could get that job in Pittsburgh. But I think Caleb's a huge upgrade. Like, I see this as like you're getting 3-4 more wins off the bat just from quarterback upgrade.
Yeah.
It also doesn't hurt when you add extremely good talent to that team instead of leaving, I mean, at one point, who's the guy? I don't remember the running back's name that was behind Khalil Herbert and Roshan, but the end, like that guy was playing versus over them, and
they had Deontay Foreman. That's what it was.
Darnell Mooney was his
best receiver. Yeah,
it wasn't a good situation for him to succeed, anyways. And the offense that they were running was not great. So I think they'll do better just in general.
Well, I don't have the data because Underdog doesn't have it up. But let's talk price. Caleb Williams is their starter. They probably consolidate this target tree around their top dogs. And I don't think their defense really just fixes itself overnight. Right now, DJ Moore still goes, at least last I checked, as a second-round pick, end of second-round pick. Keenan Allen, late third, maybe early fourth. They're both like top 20 receivers or top 25. Where are we at on that? Are we in? Personally, I like Allen's value a lot more than Moore's. I think Moore had his spike efficiency year last year, and we won't see those numbers again. But I love him as a player. But what do you guys think?
You go ahead, Aaron.
Probably say of the two. It's always like when we have these receiver situations, who's the better receiver, and it's neck and neck. I'm always going to go give me the cheaper guy. Right?
Cheaper guy.
In best ball, I'm going to go DJ Moore every time, just because he provides the higher upside. And I feel like where Keenan Allen's going, there's just so many better other options like Waddle, Cooper Kupp, T. Higgins, DK Metcalf. I don't want to take, and because Keenan Allen's been hurt the last like 3 years at the end of the season, I don't want to take that risk with an old man.
You know what?
I'm older than him.
that was simple, but I actually vibe with it. I'm gonna go Team Felix on this one. Sorry, Aaron. Now that I'm thinking on it more, even though Keenan was an absolute monster to start the year last year, there's a little bit of a slide off at the end. He's a lot older. Hopefully DJ Moore just gets a little cheaper. We'll see.
Yeah.
But I think you're right about the upside. And best ball format definitely adds into that because the spike week goes a lot further than the floor.
If it was regular, I think if I was just trying to win for 1 year and I had to put him in I would put Keenan Allen in there because you're going to get solid consistency, and then when he starts to fall off or gets injured, you can replace him. But my head always goes to best ball first. So
I love it, man. Actually, you got me. I appreciate that. But so we all agree then that we think Caleb Williams can support fantasy production here.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
All right. That's. And what about Swift? Swift's kind of like a 7th round pick. I don't remember exactly 7th, 8th round. Actually, goes a little later, 8th, maybe sometimes 9th. Do we see success here, or is it like the most expensive guy on a 3-headed monster?
It's tough. It's honestly, I probably will just pick one, the latest running back. I probably get more Roshan than any other running back there, just because it's the latest one. I don't. And who knows?
Well, Herbert goes a little later than Roshan. Are you just like a Roshan guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he was going to outplay Khalil Herbert and whoever they brought in last year. I can't remember.
Okay. Yeah. I do think that Roshan probably gives you the most secure job, where I think it's going to be a 1-2 punch, but it's the question is Swift or Herbert. I think Roshan's probably set for something like 150 to 180 carries. I mean, does that sound crazy? Like too low? What are we thinking?
That sounds about right. With the you said Shane Waldron is coming in.
Shane Waldron
in that offense, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I love it. All right. K. Williams, 101. What are we thinking? 102. Felix, last chance.
Okay, JJ McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy, we're going crazy. Felix was drinking before this.
Drinking the Kool-Aid, which
pick
kills
his
me.
Boys. Side note: I am a Michigan fan, and it was a great year this year.
Yeah, let's go.
We do have the official pick
fan now.
Yeah, and we got the official pick.
Yeah. Who do we think?
drum
I'm
roll.
gonna say it's still Drake May, but I really think they do. Part of me knows they're gonna go Jaden Daniels.
That's because you are correct. They went Jaden Daniels.
Oh, it's in. Oh,
Yeah.
mine's behind.
Yeah. So, and I've also got Twitter. I've got Ari.
Okay.
So.
No, you can't look at the leaked one. This is a live reaction, dude. I want Roger Goodell. Okay, there's a reason I'm using the living room background. This is an homage to 2020. Okay, I want the Roger Goodell. The pick is in, and with the second overall pick. All right, and then we react.
And I think there's a lesson, right? It's not fantasy football, a lesson, but Chris knows this, but Felix, a big part of my fantasy football analysis starts with analyzing the actual game, the game that we've made a game out of, right? You have to understand and know what's going on in the NFL first before you can make any actionable, advice or anything in fantasy football. And so Jaden Daniels, I'm more of a Drake May guy. I feel like that would have been the best choice, but honestly for weeks, right? Everything has just been saying they're going to go Jaden Daniels. And even looking at transactions too, it's there's the top two guys on the depth chart in Washington. It's Marcus Mariota. It's Jeff Driscoll.
I don't want to cut you off, Aaron, real quick though, but I'm just getting the selection now. That's how far behind my stream.
I still haven't gotten it yet.
You haven't got it? What are you on, Felix?
I'm on YouTube TV on my phone.
Oh, you're on YouTube TV. I mean, Hulu's bad, and I knew who's bad. You're on YouTube TV, dog. Come on.
So Twitter for the win.
Just walking up there. There we go.
You watch cable on Fubo? You a Fubo guy?
No.
Actually, YouTube TV 2 seasons ago had really dope red zone. So I don't know why I'm laughing at it, but it's just you're hitting me with all things I wasn't expecting to hear. The seventh name I heard was Gerald Everett. Now YouTube TV. I'd almost rather be on Stream East, but no.
So we talk about QBs in fantasy and situation being so important. You have to. I mean, I feel bad for Fields. I wasn't really a huge fan when he entered the NFL, but obviously 3 seasons into his NFL career, and he had to deal with new offense coordinator every year. Hard to be productive in the NFL.
Yeah.
And now we're looking at Jaden Daniels. We talked about Caleb Williams' weapons. Jaden Daniels is entering Washington where there's Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, who broke my heart last year. Thought he could be something. It is very much make or break this season. 3rd season, former first-round pick. You got to do something. Anyone want to take a guess at who the current number 3 wide receiver is for Washington?
Washington?
Yeah, you're probably wrong.
It's not
with whatever your guess is.
It's not the guy from De'Ami Brown or
De'Ami Brown. Yeah, De'Ami Brown's still there. No,
he's still there, but they did sign some. And De'Ami Brown's never been a guy they've really started unless there was injuries. Olamide Zaccheaus. And not the only former Eagle player, because then at tight end, currently their starting tight end is the corpse of Zach Ertz. It gets ugly, the backfield.
Turner, man. Cole Turner.
I do Cole Turner's got some things to like, and definitely in dynasty leagues when people are like, oh great, he's not you look at depth charts and it's always the tight end 3 because they're tight end 2, they're going John Bates, just a blocker, but then the backfield, it's Brian Robinson, which Chris and I we were the 2 guys at Player Profiler that were we like Brian Robinson. I get why everyone else doesn't like him, but screw Antonio Gibson. He isn't what anyone thought he was. He showed it for multiple seasons. Great profile, just never translated.
I actually kind of liked him this year.
He's going to be cheap.
He's going I think I don't know.
He's probably the same price as he was last year.
Round,
That's crazy.
Round 15. He's round 15 this year, and it's
Gibson.
Yeah.
And
it's he's gonna have a role. It's gonna be
someone's got to catch
rounds.
passes.
From who do we think is gonna go here? Actually, speaking of pick 3 here. Who's
Drake
catching
May?
Patches from?
I think it's Drake May. I feel like the JJ.
You don't like Drake May. What's your quarterback?
No, I like Drake May. I was just hoping. I was just hoping he goes to the Giants, gets utilized correctly.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, are you a Giants fan?
No, I'm a Chargers fan.
Yeah. Oh, so you got your guy from college now. Look at you. So you're ecstatic. Were you?
Yeah. This is all things are coming up, Felix, this year.
Nice.
So I have to apologize. Then last year, around this time, I was like, the Chargers are a mess. They're going to finish last in the division, and people laughed at me. But
I didn't hear anything push back from me. I kind of saw the writing on the wall a little bit.
Yeah,
though
I do very top heavy roster.
I do think that in best ball, like the Chargers are going under own.
Oh,
in general. I think Herbert is like look. Roman, I can't think of the guy's last name right now.
Greg Roman, right?
Greg Roman. Okay, yeah. I had his last name. I forgot his first name. I think he's going to do a decent job getting Herbert into good pass, like a good offense. I really don't think he talks about Justin Herbert being the reason like he's practically coming to the Chargers and then doesn't use him. Like he had Andrew Luck and used them correctly. So I can't imagine that they're going to use him incorrectly. And I think where he's going is a great spot for him, like to just smash like that. He's gonna be one of my highest owned players this year.
I've been quite for sure. Justin Herbert,
and they get the 4th place schedule too, so like they're gonna have an easier schedule.
All the guys are underrated. I'm with you. I think Justin Herbert does better with less volume. He's been getting hurt a lot, man. Like a scheme that's more balanced run with better blocking, where he does quick passing and then play action bombs with his arm. He can still make do with efficiency there. And like, honestly, for where he's going, I'm drafting a good amount of Quentin Johnston too, because you really have nothing to lose.
No, as soon as you get Herbert, you stack it immediately with Quentin Johnston and Palmer. Like it's such an easy smash with those two guys.
It's such a smash. You could stack the Chargers easily. And whatever receivers they add, new ones are going to probably end up getting very highly priced. But it's like, you almost never see a team spearheaded by such a good quarterback be so cheap, and you just have to buy. That was the big thing with Kansas City last year. I had a ton of Rashee Rice, and I didn't even like Rashee Rice, but I have a new receiver on Kansas City going in the 14th round. Like, that's crazy. You'll never see that again.
Yeah.
So I'm with you, man.
That's how I was with whenever I was getting Jamar Chase. I'm like, this dude is a first rounder next year. So I was like, that's why I smashed Chase when I did. I was like, this is so easy of a pick to in best ball. I was like, this dude's gonna smash and is gonna be a first round. And lo and behold, I was right that for the once in my life I felt like. And
you got that one, man. I mean, you have that to ride on.
And now we only see like rookie receivers going in the second round at the turn, man. It's so wild to see Marvin Harrison that high.
I've seen MHJ as like the 110, the 111 in a couple of drafts too.
So wild.
There's no value there.
Sorry, he's not going to be on any of my teams.
Yeah.
No, not a single one. You can't do it.
And we all understand it.
I understand the upside of him, but you're killing his upside by taking him there.
Puka Nacua was the best rookie season of all time, and was wide receiver like 7, but overall scoring was like the 14th or 15th player. So you're literally at the ceiling if he has the best rookie season of all time. It's absurd.
So assuming I got it, that everybody else saw it.
If you got it, we all got it. We got Drake May, baby.
Pick is in. All right.
I personally love Drake May.
Yeah.
I love Jaden Daniels too. I think the top 3 are all going to be successful in the NFL, but I do have it. Williams, May, Daniel. I feel like you disagree, but where are you at?
I'm exactly with you, Chris. I think Daniels is going to be the third in that totem pole. I like Daniels as a prospect, as a fantasy guy, but long term, I give him 2 years if he doesn't like break every bone in his body.
It was quite a decision by Washington, right? Like that was risky. I don't know. I feel like the choosing Jaden Daniels over Drake May, like NFL does this like every year. It seems there's one cute quarterback that they have to push up over the obvious choice, right? Like I'm thinking, man, like
Zach Wilson
at number 2. Like,
trust me, I was a big Zach Wilson 2 years ago, and that was rough. That was rough.
And this one's rough. Now, in tough thing for Drake May, like the weapons, right? Who's the top receiver, the wide receiver?
They have
it's going to get drafted here in the second round.
That's
listen, those weapons are pretty easily improvable. I mean, he has Hunter Henry, who is underrated.
Hunter Henry.
They have Demario Douglas, KJ Osborne, Tyquan Thornton, which is a good wide receiver 3, 4, 5 setup. So they just need like a wide receiver 1 or even a decent wide receiver 2. Like I wish they added like Deontay Johnson instead of Carolina. Their running backs are fine. You know, Antonio Gibson's not terrible at football. He just has been terrible for fantasy football. I don't like their coaching situation, but if Drake May's good, it makes up for all of that.
They are building a defense too, like a lot of what New England did, for better or for worse, kind of keeping their guys. Which the head coach, right, Jared Mayo, former co-defense coordinator of this Patriots team, so like I think it's a better, and I even think like we'll flag plant here. Drake May is walking to a better NFL situation than Jaden Daniels is for Washington. Like there's more stability there. Drake May is not going to have to come in and be Superman. Like he just has to not be Mac Jones. Mac Jones just was making mistakes left and right. Here it's simple. Like the New England's probably still going to be a low scoring offense, but it's going to be like, hey, we're going to rely on defense. We brought back all these guys. They're another year in the system. It's a two-headed backfield, Ramondre Stevenson, Antonio Gibson, of which both those guys, right? It's going to be simple with Drake May. Hey, you're under pressure. You don't have to force it in a bad pass into double coverage. Like just, whichever running back it is, like dump off pass. Both guys are capable.
Both guys are going on to teams that are pretty bottom of the barrel right now. But like, so what was your order, Aaron? Are you the same with us?
Yeah, Williams first, Drake May second, Jaden Daniels.
Let me get the Spark Notes from everyone. Like Spark Notes version. Why is that the order?
Okay, so Jaden Daniels, though he does provide a lot of upside, I think Drake May, obviously Caleb Williams, number one.
Yeah, we don't have to give
best situation,
for Caleb. Yeah,
right. So Jaden Daniels versus Drake May here. They provide both. They both have a rushing floor, and I as a regular quarterback, I just think that his body's built to take a couple more hits than Jaden Daniels. I can see Jaden Daniels spending a couple weeks here and there on the injury list, and then like I want my players to play versus sitting on the bench.
Yeah,
that's fair. Aaron, what about you?
Short version here is I get it. Jaden Daniels can run, but this is Justin Fields 2.0. I'm not really that impressed with him as a quarterback. And I get it. 72% completion percentage last year, but Fields was like that in college too. I don't know. I feel like we get so cute. Everyone wants to have rushing QBs, but look, if those QBs don't have the potential for 30 passing touchdowns, the rushing really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter like it used to.
Well, so I definitely agree with basically what both you guys said, but I will disagree on I think you're short selling Jaden Daniels' throwing ability. This is not Justin Fields. So I was getting frustrated that so many people were like Jaden Daniels over Drake May. So I spent the whole week going out of my way to look for reasons to prove my case. And what I found was, I really like Drake May, but I also really like Jaden Daniels. I just like one more. And it really just comes down to I want a pocket passer that has the size, like Felix was saying. And I do think mobile quarterbacks, people always overlook their throwing, but Daniels' throwing was very good, way better than what Fields offered. Statistically, I'll give a pass for the 5 years because the second year was cut short. And if you're going to be a fifth-year player, you better go for 5,000 all-purpose yards, which he did. So I think Daniels will be great. Some of his film does show good processing, but Drake May is just phenomenal. I see it as like Tua over Herbert, right? Like I think Tua's been fine. He can go to the playoffs. He might not win a Super Bowl, but he's a good quarterback. But if you had a team and you wanted to win a Super Bowl, you'd rather Herbert. And I think that's what it's going to break down to. Like they're both going to be fine, but in 3 years, you'll prefer May.
Yeah.
Well, the trend of QBs being selected has been broken, but I think this was kind of expected. I don't know if the pick is in for everyone.
Why you said?
I was kind of hoping that that he'd fall one pick to my Chargers a little bit. I can't lie. I was hoping that the Vikings would trade up, get McCarthy, and had that run of 4. But then, it's okay.
What would you prefer, neighbors or alt? Where are you at?
Personally, I want alt, but we can't go wrong either way there. I don't see how either way hurts my team. In that aspect, I think if you get the offensive lineman, I think it just kind of fits into what Harbaugh's been building. And then if it's neighbors, it's like we're feeling a need, and he's definitely. I had neighbors over MSJ, but like that's just my personal feeling.
I agree 1,000%. I like alt, but you're right. it's a win either way. I do have Harvey. I don't fault you for having Nabers over MHJ, but personally, I just have it the popular way. But the argument can be made in both directions.
Yeah.
And now I guess the interesting thing with Arizona, with Marvin Harrison Jr. is, I think a lot of people's not favorite sleeper tight end, but like a tight end that's gotten boosted heavily due to his second half performance. Trey McBride, like, can he coexist with Marvin Harrison? Like, what's a reasonable target share for Marvin Harrison?
I mean, dude, they have no other receivers. Trey McBride is not losing targets.
No, he's not losing. He's just kicking Michael Wilson off the field, I think. And it's just it's going to be him, and then it's going to be Dortch and more.
James Conner catching some, doing Conner things.
Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride might actually combine for a 45% target share out there. Maybe 50%. I mean, it's going to be filthy. Most teams have 2 or 3 dogs that pretty much lead the offense.
Yeah.
Now, if they trade up right here and take Nabers too, then I'm worried. But
it's interesting. It does seem that the offense is pretty cut and dry because you mentioned Michael Wilson, and really like after Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch in the slot, and then there is truly nothing fantasy relevant. Like the next relevant name is Zach Pascal, and why he's still in the NFL. He plays special teams.
Yeah. The dude just scored touchdowns for the Eagles when he was up there, man. That's all he did.
Yeah.
I love Zach Pascal.
He was a showdown monster.
Yes. Oh my God. So true. Have you ever won a showdown slate, like even a small one?
Oh, dude, I've been like a half a point off from the Millie Maker a few times. And I typically like play like 3 lineups, like I'll in for the Millie Maker ones or whatever the price pool are for them. I'm usually like a half a point off, and I'm like, I had the right idea. I had to click like just one player off.
I'm so addicted to Showdown, and I'm so bad at it. And I'm like you. I just put a couple of lineups for fun, but I don't think I can stop because it's like you're gonna win off the 9th best player scoring a touchdown, and it's like who's gonna do it?
Yeah. I think there was the most memorable one I had is like it was like the Washington and Chicago 2 years ago, and I had Austin Pettis. Maybe I don't remember. It was like some like 4th or 5th wide receiver
or whatever.
I don't remember who it was, but it was like on the Washington, and he caught like this 50-yard bomb, and I was like, "This is it."
It was probably De'Ami Brown.
I was in first place for a long time in that game, man. It was like the last drive put me out of first place.
All right, so far, no one's surprised. 3 quarterbacks: Marvin Harrison Jr., probably a quarterback, or probably a receiver or a tackle here.
I think biggest loser.
Oh, you know what? I want to ask. Right? If the Cardinals leave this draft and don't draft a running back, are we excited for Michael Carter?
Yes.
Behind James Conner.
As a 20th round pick.
At 20th round
draft.
Yeah, let's put some perspective on it. Yeah, because there's no.
I mean, they do that, I like Michael Carter. I don't think Michael Carter is bad. Now he's obviously not like a workhorse, but I think he's a nice player.
We saw with Arizona, and Chris and I, it's funny. We've always liked James Conner because he's just perpetually undervalued. Doesn't matter how well he does. It never boosts his ADP the following year. But Arizona, they did this last year. What they do is they don't have like specialized roles in their backfield. They go and they get guys that can do it all to a degree. It's not that they do everything well, but when they brought in Amari DeMercado as an undrafted guy, it's like, well, the dude has size, dude has some pass catching ability. And when James Conner, who was always one of the opportunity share leaders for running backs, when he goes down, what do? They gave him the ball. And before him, it was, Keontae Ingram for like a game, and then he got hurt. So because of that, Michael Carter, who, look at the backfield, like, who's he got to beat out? DJ Dallas, special team player from Seattle. Amari DeMercado, discussed undrafted.
Right. Now, let's say 4th round, they take Marshawn Lloyd. Carter's dead. Never going to see him again.
Yeah, I'm not taking Carter if they draft anybody.
No.
Anybody, right? Even if it's like 6th round, Audric Estime or anyone.
Dude, Estime is like a generic version of Najee Harris, and I'm very excited for him.
Yes,
I
like that.
We're all
that comparison.
espn fans here. You're in a safe place.
I'm a big Najee fan because he's the one that scored me the million. But like,
yeah, Najee Harris scored you the million.
Guys,
the 37-yard touchdown run.
You need to comment that on every tweet that
dude
hates on Najee Harris.
So me and the guy that won it on Underdog that's the same year, him and I go back.
Murphy?
Who
was it? Was that Liam or was that?
It's Liam. Him and I go back and forth. He hates. He must hate Najee Harris. He shits on him anytime he gets, and I'm just every time he does it, I'm in those replies.
Yes, like it's unsexy, right? And Estime, right? What's everyone going to say about Estime? Oh, you ran a 4.71. Like, okay, like he's just become that much more of a value. Like it sucks. He failed the combine. Okay, like I don't freaking care.
Najee Harris is going to have the highest fantasy point scoring non-1,000 rushing yard season of all time when he runs in for 17 touchdowns on 965 yards.
He's putting 1,000 yards every year.
Yeah, he has to, especially with Arthur Smith. If you think Arthur Smith is putting Jalen Warren in within the 5, it's not going to happen.
Also, like, he has the best week 17 I've ever seen every single year he's been in the league. He put up 37 points his rookie year. He put up 30 points 2 years ago, and he put up, I think, 28 points last year. So, like, I'm just saying he is a week 17 gold mine.
Yeah, and that's because Najee Harris, the one thing he does have going for him is durability. I mean, he's probably the most durable back in football right now, and he's still pretty fresh come week 17. And what happens if Jalen Warren tears his ACL week 2? It's all Najee, baby. It's Josh Jacobs had a 300-point year, and these guys are very similar. I mean, Jacobs is probably more talented for sure, especially in the pass game, but it's not that far off.
No.
All right. Chargers pick is in.
Oh, all right.
Is it in for everyone?
No.
But you can go ahead and tell me. Sorry, you have
just
to
tell me.
With two guys that you just met, because this is like big for you. Like you should be able to.
I think you'll like it. You'll like it. It's they went Joe Alt. So that offensive line.
See, I prefer that because like a quarterback like Herbert, you just need to get a couple decent receivers. You don't need a stud. You can win a Super Bowl.
And there's so many. There's so many receivers deep. It's not like there's a bunch of ones. If they would have grabbed Nabers, I think that's the only other person. I think everybody else fits in a big nice pile of wide receivers.
Do you want a bold prediction here?
What's that
for the next pick? So Giants are picking, right? And of course, everyone's like, "Oh, they've been interviewing all these quarterbacks," but I feel like this is where you go Malik Nabers because my thinking on this one is going, okay, the GM, I know, like you have another bad season, you're going to be on the hot seat, but like, why would you draft what's going to be the 4th best quarterback in a rookie draft when you'd be like, you know what, maybe this isn't the year we get the quarterback. And plus, you're already going to have to pay Daniel Jones a ton of money anyways. What are you going to do? Pay him a ton of money to sit on the bench? No, like you put him out there and you go, all right, Daniel Jones, like make or break, buddy. Like you have to go out there and do something. So let Daniel Jones go out there, do Daniel Jones things. You get Malik Nabers.
So far behind.
Yeah, wait, Joe Alt's father's in the NFL too. Why is this entire class just dude's sons?
Yeah, seriously. Brendan, Luke, and
everyone.
Dude. Frank Gore.
That makes me feel a little.
Dude, all I'm just saying, Frank Gore Jr. is a 7th. Everybody's saying Blake Corum to the Chargers. It's going to be Frank Gore Jr. on the Chargers. And who else is I saying the Chargers might get? Eric All. He played for Michigan 2 years ago, got transferred to Iowa, which we all know what happens. The Iowa tight ends are amazing in the NFL. Towards ACL, so he's going to have a half a year to get better while Hayden Hurst does his thing for a little bit. Then they're going to bring him in.
How many 20th round Hayden Hurst have you sprinkled in? Because I've done a couple.
As soon as he got signed, I got about 20 in.
Yeah, so, dude, he's gonna catch 6 tons.
He'll
catch 6 tons. You know what I'm saying? It'll be
with
good.
No receivers drafted yet. All I see is upside.
It looks like they got better blocking too now, so he's got time to get open. But no, but Aaron, we'll get back to the Giants in a second. But who just got drafted? Oh yeah, dude is sick. He's a sick tackle. What were you just talking about, Felix? I totally lost my train of thought.
I forgot to. We were talking.
Frank Gore. I am Frank Gore's personal biggest fan. Yeah, like I'll challenge anyone to that. So Frank Gore Jr., I'm going to be watching his career very closely. Just wanted to sprinkle that in. But I'm very hyped about the Joe Alt pick for the Chargers. And it'll be nice to see the Chargers back in action again.
Just a
Actually,
massive freaking human being, too.
It's just all the dude is
ballerina.
big.
Yeah, this dude can play, man.
And it's just simple stuff, right? Like it's I get it, the fantasy football people in us, right? Like that we would love, oh sweet, Malik Nabers goes and has Justin Herbert throwing him the ball, but NFL wise, this just makes sense. Like you can have him and Rashawn Slater as your tackles for the next, we'll say at least the next 2 seasons. You don't want to think too far ahead, but at least the next 2 seasons. Yeah. Your Justin Herbert doesn't have to worry about pressure coming from the edge on either side. Like it's fantastic.
So nice. Yeah.
It's
so nice.
It's great.
I want to see the Chargers win that division so badly. Just 1 year. Just please.
Oh, I think this is our year. I think maybe it's a delusional Charger fan in me, but I think this is our best opportunity to take down the Chiefs.
Well, it's because you got rid of that dead weight called Tom Telesco, who was the worst GM in the NFL.
And he got
the Raiders.
I can't say
I lost my shit.
They did. I'm so happy they're a part of my division.
How is it? That blows my mind that the Raiders were the team that beat the Chargers 63-21. They beat a team that Tom Telesco put together. And what did they do? They hired that guy. Like, what blackmail does Tom Telesco have on the NFL? Because 11 years of the Chargers, he didn't do anything. He was just he was the reason that, like, last year when I was looking at this Chargers team, I was like, this team that everyone thinks could be a sneaky good team. So, sorry, Felix. I know.
Injuries did play a little part.
But they did play a little part. But that was exactly it. Is going like that was what I saw. I was like, man, there's like 5 excellent players, and God, if 2 of those guys get injured, they are so screwed. It's the Rams post Super Bowl build that year.
Well, that was doomed from the start. Like the offensive line retired for the Rams, and it's like you can't play with 0 offensive line. Like offensive line is so important.
It's so true. So it's a smart NFL move. I feel like reasonable Chargers fans have to be happy with this.
What happened?
And look what happened. We got the Giants pick in.
Oh, let's wait for Felix to get there. I don't want to ruin the moment for him.
It's selection. He's at the things. He's talking. I think he's talking.
Oh no, I stopped.
Tiny little man on my
so I'm also
excited. It is Malik Nabers. All right, let's go.
But again, these things
help them get better. They should have gone tackle too. Oh, yeah.
I think the problem is, you look at the Giants receiving core, and the issue is it's not that they're bad guys, right? But like Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Hyatt are like the top 2 guys, and those guys shouldn't be number 1, number 2. Like you can maybe be okay if they develop. Like that could maybe be your number 2, number 3 receiver. They were missing an alpha receiver in the Giants for years, right? They've always had like 5 or 6 guys that you go, oh, that guy's like, he's nice, but he's not elite. He's not a guy that defenses have to game plan.
I think this drops him down in fantasy drafts, so thankfully.
This makes him draftable for sure. He's going to drop 2 rounds.
Yeah, I'm excited to get more Nabers. I would kind of thought this might be where he goes. And I'm kind of more excited to draft more of him. Second round was just tough to do it.
No, yeah, and he's going to be the better value. So give us, again, the spark notes, why you have Nabers over Marvin Harrison.
Well, I watched both. On YouTube, you could watch all targets. And I just thought he was more explosive when he got the ball, actually fought to break tackles. Marvin Harrison goes down if he gets touched. He also makes catches like that are simple. Sometimes Marvin Harrison makes a catch look super difficult when it's just like put the diamond out and catch it. Like, I don't know. So he's more Justin Jefferson rather than Jamar Chase. Like he makes easier plays and he does well with them.
No, I think that's fair. Again, these guys are essentially equivalent. It's really just comes down to pick your poison. I think Nabers, where he did work a lot more out of the slot, a lot more after the catch to what you're saying. I think we get more of a Julio Jones, AJ Brown type, where I just prefer Marvin Harrison because he just is a little more of your archetype outside guy, and where you do kind of lose, like you're definitely right about the style of catching and the going down. I think it could offset with like red zone work. So, but again, we're nitpicking, man. These guys
we're absolutely nitpicking at the same time. But it's like, and then I saw a lot, like I watched all the targets or whatever, and like he got so much off coverage. I don't really understand why. Like, I just thought maybe I didn't see it enough, but like when he got pressed, it was like tough for him to like the 50-50 balls. He wasn't coming down with a lot of them. It felt like. Again, I just watched all the targets on YouTube. That's just how I came away with it. Like, and I'm not saying he's still going to do well in the NFL. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
I think the actual just the real key here, and we already both said it, is just like there's a real world Nabers is better than Harrison, and either way he's great, and he's going to be 3 rounds cheaper. So it's just like I'm drafting one and not the other.
Yeah.
So here's an interesting NFL draft question. So now with the first 6 picks off the board, we're still waiting on the next QB. Right here are the next 4 teams currently: Titans at 7, Falcons 8, Bears 9, Jets 10. After that becomes like, the list of teams that have been rumored to trade up. It's Vikings 11, Broncos 12, Raiders 13. Maybe put the Saints at 14, depending on how they feel about Derek Carr. Are we getting ready to see a trade up for a team to take a QB, or are teams just kind of like, if you're the Vikings, I don't think you're trading up at all. I think you're calling the bluff on those teams behind you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think Latham fits perfectly with the Titans here.
Yeah,
and it's like I don't see them. I mean, I can see the Falcons trading with somebody, but I doubt that.
Them and the Rams have been rumored to do something. The Rams, there's some recent news about the Rams want to trade into the top 10. They want somebody. So
I hope it's Brock Bowers with losing Tyler Higbee the last week of the season, or maybe playoffs. Maybe I don't remember.
I think McCarthy slides. I think there's a real chance the Vikings get him at 23. I don't think Knicks or Penix go first round, or maybe one of them. The quarterbacks were hyped up by the.
Okay, who likes Bo Nix?
I mean, he's okay. I don't love him.
Okay, I watched his tape. I put him as an equivalent to Jake Locker.
Yeah, I wrote in my notes, I only wrote one sentence, and it said future backup.
Yeah, he's not good.
Yeah.
And that's like, he's mobile. He's excelled in this offense that makes all quarterbacks excel. So, and he had amazing talent around him. Bucky Irving, Troy Franklin. It's like, this dude only excelled because he had every option to excel.
That and the fact he played 5 years in college and didn't redshirt.
And he was terrible at Auburn. Like, let's combine the two and put him there. I don't know.
No, it's spot on, man.
It's him and Michael Penix, 6 years. And I know injuries, but Jesus, he's
got a cannon.
Yeah, it's like I get that we want the quarterbacks with starting experience, right? Yeah. Like that's going to help prepare. Like sometimes too young is too much to make that jump to the NFL. But my God, the guys are playing as long as Bo Nix and Michael Penix.
And they were playing in the Pac-12. Like, no offense, but like that's not the SEC football. Like, we don't know how they do well against, actual defenses.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think they're awful. I think not awful, but they're not first rounders. No one's spending a first round on them, and I think teams are on the fence about McCarthy. I think they should be.
He's good, dude. He's good. He's the best quarterback out there.
So
he's the next thing since sliced bread. Trust me, it's not it's a total coincidence. He looks like Zach Wilson. These guys play nothing like each other.
No wonder why I like him.
So here's that's probably more like dynasty, a guy that's, he had his chance years ago, but like, I think we know how things are going to happen, how they're going to go with Daniel Jones with New York. Like, sure, he might get to start, but there's a lot of guarantee money due to injuries for Daniel Jones. That if you're the Giants and you go, okay, this isn't our guy. This isn't the guy that the current front office took or the head coach got to choose. Like it was a mistake giving him that extension after he finally broke out, right? But so now you start looking ahead and it's like, okay, we got to get out from this contract. We can't risk him getting injured. Is Drew Lock? It's Drew Lock, that guy that's sitting on waivers in dynasty leagues. Quarterbacks.
I think they draft Joe Milton. a similar player to Josh Allen, but athletic wise and arm wise, similar. Not as good. Obviously, he's going to go in the 4th or 5th round, but I can see the Giants going that route.
They could use a developmental guy. I mean, sorry, Tommy DeVito.
I love that, Felix.
Yeah, it makes sense for them just because it's a similar prototype that he had in Buffalo. And they brought up I felt like the Bills kept bringing in big quarterbacks, and maybe it's similar. Who knows?
I love it. I'm with you.
We also do have pick 7. I don't think it's a surprise, but the pick is in. Tackle? Is it in for everyone?
I mean,
they took the other tackle. I forget his name. With the app.
Latham.
J.C. Latham.
Awesome.
So
yeah.
It's a boring pick, but it's the right pick because golly, I just looked at Tennessee. Like you have Nicholas Petit Foray, who's left tackle, Dylan Raduns, who is the right tackle. Neither one, there's big question marks. Like the J.C. Latham seems to be a very easy pick.
Will Levis.
So I'm a big fan of the Titan stack in best ball. Are you guys on the same train as me? Yeah. I think it's the best stack. That's last year it didn't work out, but my favorite stack was the Patriots. It's like you could set it all up early and get the good pieces or the good pieces, the pieces late. I think it's perfect again with having Levis and Chigakonkwo super late, and you can get one of the two early.
Listen, weapons, man. Weapons can carry a quarterback's fantasy floor. Now, Levis probably doesn't score more than 280 fantasy points, but I could work with that as my QB3. Yeah, and those flash weeks at the end, man, he led the league in deep ball attempts last year. Now, did he complete them? I'm not here to answer that question, but he tried them. And he's got receivers, and now he's got a tackle, and he's got a coach who likes to throw the ball.
Yes,
I like Will Levis.
And additionally, too, when we talk about stacks, right? It's I think we're all on the same page on this one. Like stacking is good, but a lot of times, what people have been doing in recent years is they really they force the stacks on their team, and it's usually the early stacks and like late round stacks are perfect because you could truly just kind of let the draft come to you, and then you go, oh, you know what? Like Will Levis kind of falls to you, okay, like. It's always the late stacks that pay off well.
Yeah, those Joe Flacco, Jerome Ford, and the Njoku stacks
exactly.
that everyone had those, right?
Everyone,
absolutely. Who did?
I drafted so much Flacco. I was looking at him in August.
Oh,
I was
really
like,
have
I really need a guy who's probably retired right now.
Yeah, the chocolate too.
Give me a 40-year-old quarterback. Not on the
give me Matt Ryan this year, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
You guys let me know when the next pick comes in.
I just got JC
on it.
You
have to sit here with this knowledge every pick and wait.
You're not going to guess the next pick.
They probably went defensive player. They had to have. They didn't take a defensive player. They take a quarterback. Oh no!
They went
trying to develop under Kirk.
They went Michael Penix.
No,
he's a year older than Kirk Cousins. God, I remember when Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix had that epic quarterback duel in college.
Desmond Ritter, man.
Oh man.
Oh my God. Michael Penix can only throw deep bombs. Send him to the Titans. No.
I don't. My brain hurts on this one.
Dude, they are the weirdest organization out there.
Yeah, it's almost the overcorrection of, last year we just weren't going to address the quarterback position. We're fine with Desmond Ritter. So what they do this year, they paid the most money for a free agent quarterback, and that's fine. It's like, cool, awesome. Like you got your guy. And then you're going to use a top 10 pick to draft a backup QB.
He's going to be 29 years old when they hit his 5th-year option.
We got a clown show in Atlanta.
They only have to pay him one other time.
He's literally going to get 2 contracts total.
Oh my God! What type?
Bro, that's crazy. You could have gotten him in the 2nd round. You just take Spencer Rattler at that point.
Yeah.
Atlanta Falcons F.
Bro, especially too, you're going to trade to acquire 36-year-old post-Achilles Kirk Cousins, and you're not going to take it the best. They could have had the first defensive player off the board, and it's like, are you trying to win?
This is
They're playing for next year.
Yeah,
maybe this is their Jordan Love, right? Jordan Love ended up being the right pick after all, but like this is I don't think
it is. Come in and play right now. Like that's what if I was taking Penix, I'm drafting him to play now, not. He's going to be 30 by the time he gets the chance to play.
Like
what are we doing?
Unless the only thing I'm thinking of is like being an NBA fan, a lot of times like, oh, this team has drafted this player. And then you find out like a couple more picks occur and it's like, oh, that player's actually been traded. So I'm like waiting for like the Falcons have drafted this player, but he's going to the Rams or something like that. Like, I don't understand the logic on this one. I get that they have to think of the future because Kirk Cousins is
They could have brought Roman Dunze on and it had like an elite passing core.
Yeah, Arthur Smith is gone. Like receiving freaking weapon.
No, I mean they need a stud on defense. They need an elite pass rusher.
Don't get me wrong. They could have gone defense, but like if we're gonna go offense, like let's add another one. Darnell Mooney is not a good wide receiver too.
Well, what they need is a generational tight end. They could have gotten Brock Bowers.
Look, I am in the trap of Kyle Pitts.
I'm kidding. That was a very petty joke. I love Kyle Pitts. I'm with you.
I fell for it again.
Nah, I don't know, man. Listen, in 4 years, maybe we'll bite our tongue. I definitely didn't like the Jordan Love pick, and I love the idea of developing a quarterback. No one does it anymore. So long term, this is a great idea for the Falcons. I just don't think Penix is the guy. Like, I wish you would have drafted someone with more upside who was younger.
It just doesn't make sense for their team. It's like they're gonna wait. If Kirk Cousins is healthy, he's got 2 to 3 years at least on the team. Yeah. So that means what's his name's not gonna play a single down really until he's 28, 29.
Like you mentioned Jordan Love, Chris, and I think what made that different is like Jordan Love was a late first-round pick, where top 10 picks are guys that you expect to be maybe not day one starters, but they're going to start pretty early. Late first-round picks, like you do expect them to be starters, but they could take some development, some developing. And so I get Jordan Love, like I understand that whole process, but like this is just – like Terry Fontenot, like what are you doing? Like you're just trying to get fired, buddy. Like
I put a quarter, about a month and a half ago on Brian Murphy to go to be the first defensive player taken for $8. I was like, yeah, you never know. And because I was watching, I guess it was right after the combine, because that dude's a massive human being. He reminded me of Vince Wilfork in size wise, not play wise, but like this guy's probably going to be the first guy drafted. I didn't really study IDP this year, and I'm hoping that somebody takes him instead of the other Dallas Turner.
For you. So, who is it? Who?
Brian Murphy.
All right, Brian Murphy. All right, Aaron, we're all in lockstep. 3-man unison. We're rooting for this.
Ooh, yeah,
I'll root for any wager as long as the wager isn't for me to die. I'm rooting for any wager.
If there's one thing, if the Bears don't trade down, right? Like I do believe that's the clear pick is like defense. I feel like secondary is super strong. Linebacker core, they got their guys. They definitely need to keep building that defensive line. So I don't hate it.
Who are we talking?
Byron Murphy, right?
For the next pick, who's up?
Chicago Bears.
Oh, Chicago, and they're making
50 cents to win $8, and I'm like, come on.
Hey, let's go, man. That's great.
Yeah, I won $1 million, but I'm playing quarters.
Well, the Bears.
I'm not high stakes. I'm not that guy.
Honestly, the Bears have a chance to just copy the Texans and get best defensive lineman, best quarterback, and they didn't have to trade up for it. I mean, they get the best defensive player at 9. That's amazing.
And they have a really good. They have Montez Sweat out there, so I'm like,
they do have Montez Sweat.
Yeah, it's like if they can ensure like a whole side by getting Byron Murphy. That dude's big. Like he doesn't, he hits a couple buffets a month at least.
That's a big guy, dude.
Yeah.
They have some, they used some day 2 picks on some defensive tackles last year, but I sit there and go like, I love the teams that their whole draft strategy is like build upon a strength, right? Like, so they wanted to invest in defensive tackle, the interior defensive line last year. why not go for it again? And the way that team's positioned as well, like they used free agency and trades, or I guess really just they used a combination of the two. Like you got Keenan Allen, you got DeAndre Swift, you got the offensive weapons. You use the 101, obviously get the quarterback. The offensive line could use a boost, but like really it's the interior part of their offensive line. And if they needed a tackle, sure, go for a tackle. So kind of process of eliminations. Like,
I mean, I think the Bears would do well to do offensive or defensive linemen for sure. Yeah. I think those are the two biggest needs that can push them over the top with the rest. Like they don't need Rome Odunze. Like they just added so many guys.
There's some edge rushers too. So like there's
I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad if they added Rome because Keenan Allen's got 2 years, and it's like for long-term future, like he could be.
Yeah, but you don't need your wide receiver 3 to be that good. Like it's fun. It's fun for us as fans.
Yeah, I was like as a fantasy guy. It's
for like as a fantasy guy, that would be awful. Yeah, terrible for his target shares. I have a lot of Rome Aduns and rookies and sophomores drafts.
Really?
Like also in regular ones because again, he's a very good prospect and he's much cheaper than these other two guys.
He still will remain cheap.
How do you see it, Felix? You see it as a 1-2 tier and then the rest? Or like I see it as a 3-man tier. I see Harrison Jr., Nabers, and then Rome in kind of the same tier with the other two just higher up. Or do you see it a tier break after Nabers?
I see 1A with those two, and then it's 1.5. Like it's not a full tier step down to the second guys. Like to
they did it. Oh, I'm sorry. I ruined that for you, Felix.
Yep. What happened?
The Bears pick is in.
He just walked up to the podium for me.
Oh, okay.
We'll react to your reaction.
Don't react to my reaction.
I'm reacting to crying myself to sleep.
They're excited. They're excited. Roma Doomsday. Okay.
So what's funny is I knew the pick as Chris was going. Yeah, I've got these 3 guys in the same tier. It's like, well, you're not anymore.
No.
Because right, like you can't in. Yeah.
See, but this works out for best ball. Like these people are going to overreact. This is what I love about best ball. People way overreact to this. It's going to be perfect. Keenan Allen, there's problems like his health wise. This could be Keenan Allen. We hope that he falls down a little bit, and we get the late season push of Roma Doomsday.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah,
Keenan Allen's dead now.
I knew exactly where you were going with that. And for people that are listening that aren't already tired of hearing best ball, like that's the type of stuff that you have to be thinking of. It's called best ball, right? So and sometimes you just have to, like, if you are so confident on like your stances or like things that are going to happen, like, oh, Keenan Allen is going to fall apart, then you go, this is great for Rome Odunze because of that. It's terrifying because like you're having to like predict the future, and
that's the best part though.
Yeah, it is. It's and there's always smart ways of doing that, and I feel like you're onto something with like Keenan Allen. Do we have
this is being built like a Madden team?
Absolutely. We have our first trade, and this one is
doing something.
The Jets traded back. Oh my god, the Jets did something smart. Unreal.
Hold on. They traded back with
Minnesota.
The Minnesota Vikings
coming in for JJ McCarthy.
Not even that. The Vikings traded up 1 pick.
What did they give them?
I don't know, but immediate F by the Vikings. What are you doing? Are you trading up 1 pick?
What would they give up though? Like,
well, they probably want to block someone else from trading up because they probably want quarterback.
Because
the Falcons taking Penix just threw a wrench in everyone's draft board, man.
It might have.
That was such a move.
That's the worst pick so far.
Hey, I love this for the Jets because the Jets are like, we're still going to get our guy, and you're going to give us literally anything.
I hope they got a 2nd-round pick out of them. They need one. I'm a Jets fan for the record, Felix. This is very. And I'm not one of the delusional ones that thinks they have a chance every year. I've been self-loathing for a long time, but as a Jets fan, you always do get excited when you have a moment to feel relevant in the NFL, and this is my night.
Dude, I'm so excited for you guys to be so good weeks 1 through 4.
Oh, it's gonna be such a good September, dude.
Dude, it's gonna be such a great September. When Mike Williams is like just balling, and then mid-October he tears both ACLs on one catch in his back all at one time.
Yeah, it'll be a fun month. It'll be a fun month.
Dude, I've been on the up and down train with Mike Williams' career. He was on my million waking team.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He had a decent game.
He's been a guy that I've loved for a long time, and I'm finally ready to let go.
So we knew why this trade was going to happen. Like, the pick is in, and like, look, if you're trading up one spot in the draft, there's only one guy that you could have drafted, but I still hate it. Like, Vikings.
It has to be McCarthy.
It's McCarthy, and it's Vikings. It's like, stop stepping on your own dick. Like, get out of your way. This is ridiculous. Like, God, like,
it feels so good though, because I had so many shares of McCarthy with Minnesota people. So I'm like,
nice. You did the pre-stack.
I just hate the cowardice. Like, come on, Vikings. Like, you stick to your guns. Like, if someone
why let Kirk Cousins walk just to draft worse Kirk Cousins?
Whoa. Better Kirk Cousins.
Oh, you like McCarthy.
Oh, man.
Michigan fan, and I actually
that's right. You're the Michigan guy.
He was recruited highly out of high school, and I just don't think he was in an offense that like showed his arm. I think he could have, like, it wasn't his fault. Like his backup coach made him run the ball 30 times. It's not his fault. The game was in the bag. Like, just run it down. I don't know. I just think he's really good. And
I don't want to hold anyone out, because what do we know? But I see a guy that's destined for that, like, Andy Dalton to range of quarterback arm talent.
The offense that he's in, the Kevin O'Connell offense, is pass happy.
That's true. That is true.
He's
got weapons,
which is why I was putting him there. And he was last round, like in the beginning of the draft season, and it's like I smashed all the JJ McCarthy I could, because I kind of thought he might get drafted there, and it's like a perfect fit for his play. His arm is electric, and it hasn't been used yet. So like, we don't know exactly how well it's going to turn out, but he's going to get his opportunity for sure.
Well, it's good for Justin Jefferson, because if he's good, it's good for Justin Jefferson, and if he's bad, he's only going to be able to throw it to Justin Jefferson. So great for Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, it's better than them getting Bo Nix or
it's much better than Bo Nix. Listen, I do not want to be mean about your hometown go-to college football team. I'm just gonna agree to disagree. I don't love McCarthy, but I do hope he proves me wrong, because I hope every player proves me wrong. You know?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Look. There was a lot of talk about how bad McCarthy was in college, so I can't imagine it's gonna get better.
You have me with, I think Harbaugh is a great answer for the Chargers. I love Blake Corum. I like a lot of other things coming out of Michigan. Just don't love the quarterback there, but I'm with you on everything else.
So I understand why the Vikings did this idiotic trade, right? You go, why would you trade up one pick? Why are you playing so scared? It's because the GM is literally having to like fight for his job this year. I can never say his name. Kawisi,
what did they give the Jets? You know?
I don't even know. It's a win for the Jets regardless. Like, the Jets are going to get their guy.
They weren't going to draft him.
They weren't going to draft McCarthy, so they still get their guy and they get anything. But here's like 2 years of being the GM for the Vikings, and the only good thing that he's truly done, like, oh, cool, you drafted Jordan Addison in the first round last year. Like, 2 years of drafting has been bad. It's been horrible. And so then what does he do? He gets so scared that he's like, oh, crap, I can't miss out on a quarterback, and I've got to draft the 5th quarterback in this draft class, and I've got to trade up one pick to do it. Like, every time I think of a team trading up one pick in the first round to draft a quarterback, that's the Bears and Mitchell Trubisky. Like,
they gave a 4th and a 5th round pick to the Jets for the
good
one spot, and they got a 7th round pick back.
Like, good for the
they didn't trade a lot.
Jets. Well,
great for the Jets. Great for the Jets.
I mean, the Jets, you picked up a 4th and a 5th round pick to still get your guy in the first round. And
what do you think the Jets take? Are just gonna take Bowers?
That's what I was thinking. I mean, that's what everybody was touting, and it seems to be a pretty generic draft, except for Penix going to the Falcons.
Yeah, I think as a Jets fan, I think I'm fine with Bowers, because it kind of does help the O-line to a degree, because I think he'll be a very good blocker, and he's obviously a great weapon. And they really should just be pushing to try to win this year. And they already have every other piece. So why not take a luxury pick? But I would also love a tackle here. We'll see.
I feel like they have 2 decent tight ends. Like they drafted one 2 seasons ago.
Jeremy Rucker.
Jeremy Rucker.
Yeah, and he wasn't half bad. And
he's great.
Tyler Conklin. It's like, well, he hasn't done anything yet, but
they let Conklin walk, which I don't know why.
No, he's still there.
No,
they signed him back.
The Uzama.
I thought they also let Conklin walk.
No, he's still.
So here's why they would take Brock Bowers, though. It's like the typical, tight ends are going to take some time to develop. Like you're going to draft Brock Bowers, and you would use him like Dalton Kincaid with the Bills, right? But also you still want Tyler Conklin because he's the experienced vet and kind of is built. He's built to be a typical tight end. I know he's a little short there. And I think it still works. Like even with them having Jeremy Ruckert, like if they were to draft. If they were to draft Brock Bowers, it would still make sense. Even though I was like, man, Ruckert was actually getting some playing time last year, and they were wanting to kind of involve him. It would be one of those that Ruckert would be like going forward, like a year from now, Conklin's probably off the team because Ruckert has got a few years in the NFL and has been developing. And you still have Brock Bowers. I don't know if we have the official Jets pick. So now we're still waiting on the Jets. And honestly, for the Jets, I don't know, maybe I don't know if there's really a trade down option anymore. Like we've got all the quarterbacks off the board.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Unless the Bengals really wanted Bowers, I can see them trading up.
Yeah, and the Bengals are in an interesting spot because they have 2 notable guys on their team that have requested a trade. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
They can go. I can see them being one of the people that draft A.D. Mitchell yeah, it's not like
Mitchell's good.
No, but that's where I can see them going to replace the Higgins.
There we go. Okay, so we're all in agreement here. Thank God.
All right, that was the big one. We're not A.D. Mitchell fans here.
I feel like I don't know the people that are for him. It's like guys, this is like the mistake people make 10 years ago, a decade ago. Like there's nothing with this guy.
Yeah. That's why I didn't want to put him in the same tier as Rome because he's not in that same tier. Rome is actually like a solid wide receiver.
Yeah, Rome and most other rookie receiver classes. Like he wouldn't be the number 3 receiver.
Yeah.
Viking fan. What's great is my stream is just now showing the McCarthy pick, and it's like
my
Vikings fans high fiving. Yeah.
So I'm trying to update my working rankings as I go, where guys go and what pick. And for Knicks and Penix, all I wrote for both of them was destined to be a backup. So technically, I was right about Penix. Technically, that is a hit, boys.
So the Jets did not trade down. They did not. They made the pick.
All right.
We'll leave it to Chris here. What are we thinking?
I think they end up going Bowers. I think same as what you said with the Vikings. They're all playing for their jobs here, and you want to give as much as you can to Rodgers. They got 2 veteran tight ends and tackles in free agency. I mean, I would still get a rookie, but Bowers is a generational player, and while it's a lot to spend for the position, it's never a bad thing to put a generational player on your team, any position except for kicker, right? So it's just do it.
And you would think Rodgers, Garrett Wilson. Pretty good. Breece Hall, definitely an offensive weapon. Mike Williams, if he's healthy, is at least he makes NFL plays. He does do that. Brock Bowers could be that missing chess piece. It's not going to be Brock Bowers. Do you want me to go ahead and announce the pick?
Defense? Is it defense?
It's not defense either.
Did they take Bo Nix?
No.
That would be great. Because they're like, oh crap! The
Falcons are in high demand.
Well, they need offensive line help, but I don't know who they would take in offensive line.
Because
did they take a kicker?
So I'll say, wouldn't it be something if they took Bo Nix and Aaron Rodgers? Son of a gun! Again, my team.
I got it. They drafted Zach Wilson again.
We like to undo that trade. The Broncos, would you take the 11th pick? So it's interesting. I definitely have the philosophy of going, you draft based on talent. You don't draft on needs, but they went tackle, and I don't know how it's going to work yet. So they went Olu Fasanu, the Penn State guy. I probably butchered his last name.
Fasanu's
Great job, man.
He's
Great
just as
job.
good as Joe Alt. Fasanu's an absolute.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
They
When
need
I'm-
offensive line help. That's the reason why
They
he
need an
got this
offensive
short.
line, man. Their other two tackles are old. Like I love Tyron Smith, but like
Just,
he's old.
I think probably the question I have is not so much like obviously Fasanu is better than these two guys. They've drafted some young offensive linemen in the last couple of years, Carter Warren and Max Mitchell, who are listed as backup tackles. Do either one of those guys have the ability to play, to like maybe slide in to play guard? Because like right now I'm like, dadgum, that's like 5 tackles that probably make the team unless like a trade occurs here. Not tonight, but like that they move, say, Max Mitchell. I thought they liked Carter Warren quite a bit, like developmental guy to maybe another year or so of development. But I don't know. I guess now we're kind of on the watch for teams after the draft and trying to fill some needs that maybe Max Mitchell. I think Mitchell's been the guy that's been on the team a couple of years, right?
Okay, so now that we have this pick,
Wow, the Jets fans showing out is so sad. Like, there's no excitement or joy. There's two guys just going,
it was so awesome it was to be in New York. I enjoyed the history and like the consistency was when it was in New York. Not that like other places shouldn't get it. It was pretty cool though. Like every year you had those crazy Jets fans. The Broncos. Do you think they go Bo Nix?
I mean, at this point, so. I'm not going to even try to predict what happens with quarterbacks anymore.
Because, like, I wouldn't be surprised anymore. Like,
yeah.
I feel like the timing of the Zach
you know what? They're going to go one step further and take Rattler just to really throw us off.
Yeah.
So I've been – and it's not that I think that he's great or anything. Like, my whole process is going – I'm trying to absorb what NFL teams, not fantasy analysts, but what NFL teams are doing and saying, and especially when – their words and their actions match, right? And Sean Payton just freaking loves Jarrett Stidham for whatever reason. And then they didn't do anything. They didn't bring in anyone until like recently. They did the trade for Zach Wilson. When they did that, I was like, okay, that's either their intel has told them that they have no shot of trading up and getting a quarterback, which turned out to be true. Like, they weren't able to trade up to get a quarterback. And they went, we need someone else in this room, Zach Wilson. They're not going to go quarterback. Now the question becomes, what's the
Brock Bowers.
I looked at, I was like, there is this glaring need because Greg Dulcich is not Brock Bowers.
Is Brock Bowers?
I would freaking love it. Is it going to be Brock Bowers? That
I have no idea. I put him underneath 12 and a half, so I'm like, I need it to be 12.
But my God, do they need weapons? I mean, receivers included. There's Cortland Sutton, who might get traded.
Yeah.
Josh Reynolds is the flanker. Marvin Mims is the slot receiver, the overrated slot receiver. Thank God he can return kicks really well and punts. And then at tight end, I mean, it's Greg Dulcich. I remember the Greg Dulcich hype last year. Everyone was so excited about Sean Payton's Joker. And I was going, I don't know. They kept bringing in tight ends. Yeah. And not that I think like Troutman and, who's the other guy they brought in? Like, I had people that were like, those guys aren't pass catchers. I'm like, but they're still investing money and multiple roster spots to bring in other tight ends. And then Dulcich got hurt. But, the hard thing is the smaller tight ends that's a dangerous game. Like, Evan Ingram has worked out well, but Evan Ingram had some years where it was like, man, maybe it was not the right pick. It wasn't until he went to Jacksonville.
I think a lot of offenses, you have to just like interpret like their offensive coordinators and how they're going to get used, because he wasn't being used correctly when in New York with the previous coaching staff, and then when he got moved to whatever his name is, it's like he loves to use tight ends, and it's like you just have to know what. And I thought that our homeboy Sean Payton would do the right thing and use Greg Dulcich.
Well, we got the pick. The pick is in. And there's a chance that he still uses Greg Dulcich because it's not Brock Bowers.
All right.
Well, I'm watching a Charmin commercial right now, so I'm I would like to see again. I want the nice.
It's not Brock
DoorDash
Bowers.
commercial.
You got DoorDash? Oh man, dude. I thought like Hulu sucks. Hulu is always like 3 minutes behind live television. Hulu for like games will be behind Stream East, which is crazy. But somehow YouTube's even slower than that. That's
Dude,
crazy.
I'm usually like my DFS lineups are have all updated before I get to play.
Yeah, that's these streaming services got to really pick up the slack, man.
No, they just keep up with the price too, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna cost the same as cable, man.
Nah,
And
cable. I hated Charter cable.
Well,
Talking
cable
to them,
sucks.
just talking to them with like I guess it was like Comcast or I don't even know where they are anymore, but like talking to them for hours, just trying to like disconnect it. They wouldn't like take no or like accept my like canceling, and they would just like try to upsell you for like 3 hours. I hated them so much,
Dude. This is what we need. We need hard hitting streaming cable debates. Okay, are we Spectrum or are we Optimum here, boys? Who's the 101 of shitty cable providers? It's gotta be Verizon, right?
I need fiber.
Yeah.
Oh, fiber's the worst, man. Oh man. Yeah,
I'm just waiting for your commercials to get over. Like I already know.
I'm at Little Caesars, man. I'm behind, dude. It's pizza.
I think I have Brittany Griner. Yeah, Brittany Griner's on my TV right now.
He's at a WNBA commercial, man. What even is that?
Those exist?
I guess they do now.
She's gonna get interviewed.
Good.
I can't.
Can we trade her back for
what, a washing machine?
I should be
For our
careful
money
when it's
back?
on a live stream.
You don't have to worry.
Yeah, you don't want to get us deplatformed off YouTube, man. Riley
Yeah,
worked
get us
very hard putting this together.
I'm gonna say Brittany Griner had a less cool nickname than what was it, the
Merchant of Death?
yeah, the Merchant of Death. Like
Pretty hardcore nickname.
I know, like I'm really disappointed. Like Joe Biden's out there doing the equivalent of freaking the Falcons GM, like just screwing everything up. Like that's all you could get. Come on. Give up the Merchant of Death for Brittany Griner. Jeez.
Wow, we're now on political WNBA trades. We have strayed so far off the path, guys. Honestly, you want to just debate the presidential election? Because I'm down.
I did put $5 that Joe Biden would win re-election, 5 years ago or 4 years ago? So feeling pretty good about. Actually, I'm feeling pretty bad about that bet. But.
Yeah.
We're all feeling bad about
1250. You won. Really went a long way.
What did it cost you? Everything.
But hey, you got it, man.
Yeah. How did inflation treat your winnings?
I'm so glad NC got betting. It's so nice.
All right, pick is in on mine. Felix, do you want us to wait till it's in for you?
No, just tell me, please.
Wait. All right, wait. He's announcing it now. If you don't want to wait till I get it, Felix, we can have Aaron announce.
Please,
I don't need to take over.
Just tell me.
Wow,
Can I put you guys out of your misery?
They went Spencer Rattler. No, I'm kidding.
You blew my mind.
That would be something.
They really took Bo, dude.
Took
Bo.
Yo, Bo's got a very wholesome looking family.
I'm just glad that they're in my division because he's going to die in my division.
Yeah,
Bosa and
I get that.
Chris Jones is gonna tuck him into bed in the pocket.
He has no chance to succeed.
You don't have a shot of winning, but when you've got these valuable assets, like why Bo Nix? Why with the 12th pick? And you have all these fantastic options, right?
You have Zach Wilson out there. Like he's obviously not going to be start ahead of him.
6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12 picks. Okay, now we get to just look at those teams and be like, well, 3 of those teams, I don't know which 3, but 3 of those teams are screwed, because it's, I got to get a quarterback. And that's how a team did this wrong. You did the entire offseason wrong when you were relying on a rookie quarterback to save your team and not, you give a pass for the Bears, Caleb Williams. Cool.
I think that's a little dramatic, Aaron. A whole offseason because you're relying on a rookie quarterback. How else are you going to get him?
But you don't use premium draft capital on.
No, I mean, not on a Bo Nix, but I mean, if Bo Nix does hit, but that's a tough one. 6-year player.
So who's older, Bo Nix or or Zach Wilson?
I was actually looking while I was waiting for you guys.
Oh wait, I thought Bo Nix was one of the 3 wise men in Nazareth. Yeah. Wasn't he there, dude?
Yeah, it's I remember my Bible studies, and honestly, while I was waiting for the pick to come in for you guys, I was like, "Did Bo Nix?"
Wait, that's actually a good question. Is it Bo Nix?
It's Bo Nix is older by like 5 months.
Wow, really?
So because I was going, did Bo Nix and Zach Wilson ever play each other in college? Because it feels like it happened.
Yeah, but you know, good for Bo Nix, man. Like he stayed at it. He just got drafted 112. That's like a $20 million contract off the rip.
For sure. And
like
he's gonna be the next Zach Wilson. Like
he can go blow at football for the next 3 years. He never has to work a day in his life.
Yeah.
Good for him as a person. As a player, I'll be rooting for him, but Denver, kind of a shit show. But honestly, at least he's big. And Sean Payton maybe likes him.
I think Sean Payton is on the way out and is just destroying this team.
Scorched earth.
Yeah, like just like, oh, we're gonna put him back 5 years. So
Sean Payton got exposed, right? Like it was like, okay.
It was all Drew Brees.
It was just having the right QB. Like Bo Nix isn't going to fix it. Like the reason this is a bad pick for Denver is you have so many holes across this roster.
So many. I mean, they also got like 60 points plus put on them by the Dolphins. Like,
yeah. Again, the thought process I go is you drafted the 6th quarterback in this draft, and if Bo Nixon hits and he improves you to a playoff team, congrats, you win, and that is technically something that could happen, but the probability is super low. Instead, you could have used that pick to draft. I don't know anything.
Well, at least Zach Wilson has the chance to sit behind a very experienced player.
Right. So Zach Wilson's like, son of a gun, I was struggling to be a backup QB, but now I got to be a backup to a backup.
He has to respect his elders, dude.
He's going to the UFL.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately.
Oh, the Islanders making this a game. All right, little hockey talk. We got to sprinkle it in. Looks like Toronto.
We need it. So now with the Raiders, I don't know who the pick is, but like I just want to go, well, the Raiders need a quarterback. And tonight has been, if you need a quarterback, you take any quarterback. Is it Spencer Rattler at pick 13 to the Raiders?
No, they're going to take Braylon Allen. He threw a pass in college.
See.
That's kind of a quarterback. He's big.
Oh, my God.
Brock Bowers?
Holy crap.
They took Brock Bowers.
They took Brock Bowers. Those
Michael Myers just dead.
Yeah, I'm afraid
so. Mayer is a fucking amazing tight end.
Michael Myers so good. Can we trade him then, please, to the Jets?
The Chargers?
They're not going to trade in division.
Man.
Send him to the Giants.
What a disappointment.
What a bad pick.
They should have gotten Xavier Worthy, get the fastest guy in the field. Why were they?
Hey, these are not your father's Raiders, you know. It's not let's win.
I guess they're going to just crush the 2 tight end, 2 wide receiver set.
I guess they don't have any belief that Aiden McConnell can throw it more than 6 yards.
Well, they do have the moneymaker Minshew back there. That is a super caliber quarterback. And they got a lot of energy and spunk.
Oh,
wow,
this is crazy.
That's so disappointing.
Yo, is this defensive class just awful? I honestly,
it's pretty bad.
Well,
is it?
I think it's a mixture of like
it's like got good depth, but not like first round talent.
There's no like athletes. Blue chip. You're not getting no Will Andersons or whatever.
No,
that sucks.
And also like there's a ton of receivers, ton of offensive tackles.
We have yet to get a defensive player.
It is quite weird on that. I can't remember I'm trying to recall
Ryan Murphy to be the first one. Dream is still alive.
Very much alive.
I appreciate your optimism, Felix.
Oh man. Saints are on the clock. They could use an offensive lineman and a
How often do you like podcast?
Me?
Yeah.
I honestly, every time I get online, it's just to do a draft. So 0, I guess. Like I don't know. I stream drafts Tuesdays currently, and then Thursdays on F Plus here.
All right, dude. I mean, it's if you ever, I think me and Aaron are gonna start doing a weekly show. We used to do a weekly show. I think we're gonna start doing it again on F Plus, just kind of for funsies. But I mean, bro, you ever want to hop in? We're probably gonna do it on Wednesdays. I mean, I see by your profile that you're a family man, which I love. So I assume you're busy. But if you ever want to, man, like I'd love to talk more football with you anytime, dog.
Absolutely.
So I like that you mentioned like the Saints. If they don't go offensive line, there's gonna be some problems. Like this might be the worst offensive line in the NFL, and I know that sounds like I'm exaggerating, but literally, 2 days ago, one of their starting offensive linemen retired, and they were not in a position to lose any starting offensive linemen, especially because Ryan Ramczyk, right, might not play at all this year either. So their entire right side of their offensive line from last season either retired or is going to likely miss this season.
They have a good center, though, right?
That's about all they got. They've got Eric McCoy, and that's it. Like, really, it lists like team needs, and it's like, here's the top 5 needs for an NFL team. The Saints, says left tackle, left guard, center, right guard, right tackle. It's impressive.
All that makes sense, right? But this is the Saints, and they are led by a dumb coach. So, like, logic should go out the window, and
they're going to draft Xavier Worthy.
They want the speed, man. Rashid Shaheed be damned.
They got Olave, who's a burner. Like, let's just throw another fast guy out there. Let's just see what happens.
The Saints at number 14 are listening to trade offers. That would be smart for them.
They need a lot of stuff. Yeah.
But Mickey Loomis never trades down ever, so this would be hilarious. They're the team that always trades up when they don't truly have enough draft assets to do that. Mickey Loomis, man, he's been around a while, and there's some things he's good at. Everyone always trolls the Saints because they're like $100 million over the cap at the start of every offseason. But like, he knows what he's doing with contracts.
I mean, clearly they're still able to play, so they got it.
Yeah, but it's been catching up to him in recent years.
Well, and this coaching staff is terrible, so I have zero.
You're not a Dennis Allen fan?
Look, as a Charger fan, when I saw him over here at the Raiders, and so I'm like, this guy isn't it. And they brought him over to the Saints, and they keep giving him opportunity after opportunity.
You were only sad because he's no longer with the Raiders.
Yeah. He was perfect when he was out here.
Guys, I'm switching real quick to my headset, no camera, because my girlfriend's home, and I'm going to stay on, though, but I got to just switch over. I'm letting you know.
You're good.
Chris just watching hockey over there. That's what's really going on. That's what's going on. So do we have we've had the one trade, right? And it's the most
basic trade.
Yeah.
There's no blockbuster trade, which I thought might happen with the Bengals.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe they would trade up to move up to get like Odunze, because that's what I thought they were gonna move up for, but
they did. They finally.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we can hear you. So the Saints did do the smart thing. At least, I don't really know my non-skilled position players that well. That's where the fantasy football mind of me. But I understand the logic of they took an offensive tackle. I'm like, thank you. You almost had to. I hate drafting for needs. Fortunately, this seems to be a good combination of where you could go the needs and the needs and the talent and drafting the best player are able to kind of come together here. Because oh man, I'm not a Derek Carr fan, but geez, the current offensive line.
I had so much Derek Carr last year because they had one of the easiest passing schedule they had last year, and he just can't cut it. And Dennis Allen is not a good coach. I think they just need to just shelve all of it. Get rid of everybody. Start fresh.
I'm 1,000% in lockstep with you, man. I had so much Derek Carr because of that schedule and that playoff schedule.
Yeah, it was so
and it should have worked, and it didn't work. And I think I'm ready to also be out. Now, he was hurt the first half of the year. And with the new coach and everything, well, not new, but new quarterback, you don't really get that synergy. But it's rough. It's rough. I'm with you.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping there's a step up for Kendre Miller. So, hopefully Kamara I don't know if they're going to cut him or anything, but I hope that Kendre takes a step up and they beef up this offensive line and they run it a little bit more, because I'm not taking any Derek Carr this year, and I just hope they run the ball with Kendre a little bit extra.
They, oh my God, like currently listed the starting receivers. I mean, obviously Olave, but the guy that's like, that I guess is taking Michael Thomas's spot. I guess they're giving like the nod to the veteran, but they have Cedric Wilson. I'm like, oh, I'm a Cowboys fan, so I'm like, oh, I remember Cedric Wilson.
A.T. Perry's better than Cedric.
I think so. I think like it's that right now, this depth chart, of course, it's unofficial. It's our lads, but it's just so funny to be like, wow, even when these are just projections, they've got Cedric Wilson, who it's been years since he's like maybe caught a pass. I don't know. Seems like
Cedric Wilson's on the Saints.
He's on the Saints, man.
See, I like A.T. Perry. I don't know, Felix. Did you have any A.T. Perry?
I had a lot of A.T. Perry. I was influenced by preseason week 3, and I was like, oh, well, this guy's kind of a stud. And some people in my chat were telling me all about A.T. Perry. So
I have a lot of A.T. Perry because I see him as a 20th round guy where it's possible they don't add anyone to compete for his role.
Yeah.
And I just want to target to that point. I've also been sprinkling in some Josh Reynolds on Denver, but that'll probably be less now with Bowers there. But I don't know. You got any like 20th round guys? Like, because I've been liking A.T. Perry there. A couple of these later receivers.
Okay. So I'm usually done with receiver pretty early on. For myself, because I just I'm a hero RB / 0 RB. And so my 20th rounds have been mainly running backs, and it's been a lot of Blake Watson because one of my people has talked about my ear off about him, so I'm all about that. And Kamani Vidal lately, I've heard so many people bring him up. He looks like just a guy, but you never know. And I think those are the two that I've been mainly drafting.
I recently got more into Kamani. So in my notes, Kamani is the perfect running back if he went to a big school. Yeah. Like small school guy, but the profile is otherwise awesome. Is Blake Watson Deshaun Watson's brother?
I have no idea.
Their picture looks identical on Sports Reference. I think they used Deshaun Watson's picture. And you have the last name Watson. But like I Google that, nothing comes up because Google's like, why would we know this? So weird, just curious. But I feel you. I've been liking a sandwich receiver approach. I mean, 0 RB just is the meta, and then how do you build around that? But I do like my receivers in the last round right now, only because I want a little more clarity with the running backs.
So I Googled Blake Watson, and it has like all the pictures of him and whatnot, and then right next to his face it says born October 18th, 1903, died 1998. So I guess Blake Watson's a ghost.
Oh dang! That feels like a pick that the Vikings would make. The Vikings would probably trade up and draft the deceased player. I'd be like, yeah, that's
weird. He's from Cary, North Carolina, which I don't know if you guys know. I'm from like 20 minutes away from that. I didn't realize this guy was so close to me.
Oh, let's see.
I can't say I'm familiar with North Carolina. I'm sorry.
It's Raleigh area.
Oh, okay. I actually know a ton of people live in Raleigh. A couple coworkers of mine that are very cool people.
Diana Rossini, right? Which I like following her on Twitter. I usually find like that's where I get like good NFL tidbits from.
Yeah.
And the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned. Yeah. Well, honestly, the only thing I don't believe on that one is Kirk Cousins being stunned. Kirk Cousins doesn't truly care about that stuff. Kirk Cousins just wants to get paid. And you know what?
And guess what? He's not threatened by Michael Penix.
No. And I would. Kirk Cousins made a choice in his career. I don't think it's the wrong one. Hey, go and make as much freaking money as you can because you only have X amount of years. Yeah, guaranteed. Like I love the career of Kirk Cousins. Like
me too, man.
Yeah, like
another $100 million. Yeah,
like okay, I don't win a Super Bowl, but I made like hundreds of millions of dollars. Like okay, like I get it, and the diehards would hate that, but yeah,
I'm hoping this is all GM and it has nothing to do with the actual coaching staff making these decisions because that would bring a downgrade to my head to this team if they're making the decision on the players because that pick doesn't make any sense. And if that doesn't make sense, like what's their offense going to look like in my head? I'm like, is it going to make sense? Because it should make sense what they brought in.
I just can't believe like that they're going to play Michael Penix at wide receiver. Like there were so many good receivers, and they had to draft a quarterback and convert him to wide receiver. Come on, Falcons.
They had so many options there too.
I think they could have picked anyone else, and it would have been okay.
Would have made sense.
But they picked the one thing not to pick. Like they didn't even pick the right quarterback. Like, jeez.
I just got $1 back, so I picked something correctly here.
So the Colts are on the clock.
Did I miss
an interesting team?
Oh,
how come nobody's taken Troy Fatanu yet? I thought he was considered the number 2 tackle.
I don't know. So I'm looking at the Colts right now. What could they do?
Colts need Xavier Woods
secondary.
And Josh Downs.
Yeah, secondary would be great.
What did I have down?
Or maybe a receiver.
What?
Maybe a receiver, but I feel like any piece in their secondary is a little.
It might keep you up. Yeah, it's saying to me. I would say like FOPM. I have that in there.
Brian Thomas would look good on this team.
Yeah, it's like the Alec Pierce, like they screwed up Alec Pierce.
Yeah.
So
I said Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
I put offensive line at plus 900 for $1 earlier. I played a lot of $1 bets. So I was like, just see what I would think. What I would do, I put offensive line
for the Colts.
Yeah,
I like
just
it.
Because
I was kidding. It makes perfect sense.
Because Abe Rich got destroyed. I mean, mainly because he made the decision to run and not slide. But like the more protection that guy has, I think he can use his like rocket arm. But
yeah, because
I don't know if there's like any.
There's no such thing as too much offensive line in the NFL.
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah. Like let's compliment Quentin Nelson with another stud.
Yeah.
And you'll block.
Who's going to complain about having the best offensive line in the league?
No one. Especially with
he got Taylor and
Richardson. I mean, if they get another stud on that level, they could win a Super Bowl and never throw a single pass.
Yeah. Did they bring in any other running backs in? Because I know they lost.
They kept their guys. Really, all they did was. This is funny. This is where Chris will roast me.
Trey Sermon.
Chris will roast me on this one, but like Chris will also be the first to tell you that I've had my finger on the pulse with the Colts backfield, and like I go, Trey Sermon. People still remember him being a bust in Dynasty, but the dude's been on some limited carries. But between the Eagles and the Colts, he's good on the ground.
They had another running back there. Midway through the
Evan Hull, Tyler Goodson. Tyler Goodson was.
I was a fan of Tyler Goodson.
Yeah, Goodson made some plays, and it's really like him and Hull will compete for like the receiving back role. But it's more of if anything happened to Jonathan Taylor, we saw it with Zach Moss when Zach Moss.
You have to have the pick. What happened?
Let's see,
because he's walking up on the podium on mine, so everybody else has.
Oh, I feel like you and I are pretty much at the same point then, because I'm like only 10 seconds ahead of you.
Okay.
I have the pick.
Okay, I don't have it just yet, but
we'll wait for you then.
All right, well, they're happy, they're smiling, and the cheerleaders are cheering. What a surprise! Left top, edge. No,
I know, it was so close. I saw it, I was like, oh man,
we finally got a defense.
Yeah,
Colts. It wasn't Byron Murphy. And the tough thing is, like, Byron Murphy wasn't going to go to the Colts because, like,
oh yeah, we were rooting for Byron. I'm sorry.
I already forgot what we're rooting for. Ugh.
I didn't think this guy was like he was really good, but didn't he like medically retire? That's what I've heard.
Yeah, there was definitely some medical stuff, so it's a risk. But Chris Ballard tends to do that. He'll be a little risky on things. He'll swing for the fences, and I think the only concerning thing is like when Chris Ballard's drafting pass rushers. Oh,
this guy looks small.
It's rough. Let's see how big he is.
Like thin.
He does look thin. He's on the bed. He looks pretty thin on the bed.
Yeah. For an edge rusher, at least. He looks like
he's sub 260. He's 259, and he stands at 6'5".
Linebacker. No, this was the Cleveland Farrell of our draft.
At least this guy wasn't a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
This is on brand for Chris Ballard when it comes to pass rushers. He loves the guys that are just freak athletes.
I was like, he looks like an athlete.
He's obviously athletic.
He ran a 4.64 at 259 pounds. It's 99th percentile 40-yard dash and 95th percentile speed score. So this is on brand. This is exactly what Chris Ballard does. For better or for worse, like Ballard has had his hits. He's had his misses. I think overall, Ballard, I would consider to be a good GM. It's just, it's when he misses, it could be.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this guy might go on to be the next great thing. I have no idea. I do more looking into defensive classes. I haven't looked at this year's defense at all. I don't know who these guys are.
He looks like a good body. Like, he doesn't look like he's gonna be the next Hall of Famer, but he doesn't look bad. Like, he looks like he's gonna produce. What?
Jason Pierre-Paul was a similar guy too, and he was a beast. So
yeah,
I'm not gonna judge. This guy might be it.
He looks good. He doesn't look amazing, but he looks good.
All right, so we got defense. Next, we got the Seahawks. Time for another receiver. Really, just load them up.
With them having Geno Smith, they could be looking ahead and trying to find their successor at quarterback.
Oh, stop, please. Can we just get a lineman? Can they just take Troy Fatanu, whatever his name is? God.
So let's take a look here.
They need defensive line help. So I would get Byron Murphy here, actually.
I feel like it's not going to be offense. Offense seems pretty cut and dry. Like, they've got their same weapons from last year. I mean, really, the skill position players, it's all identical. Offensive line, like, they might have addressed it already. They signed Laken Tomlinson, former Jet, to play guard. They could maybe draft guard. If it's an offensive lineman, it would be a guard. Or sorry, if it's an offensive player, it's going to be a guard. Defense seems to be right because they are transitioning to a 3-4 defense. So you have this inherited roster, and you're trying to fit guys into roles that they may not necessarily fit. I feel like Mike McDonald, former defense coordinator for the Ravens, changing defensive schemes. Is this where Dallas Turner, the Alabama edge rusher, goes?
This is Byron Murphy's spot right here. They need always I say that is they need to plug the hole because they've been one of the worst rush defenses I've ever seen.
Years.
Yeah. And
I'm gonna go Byron Murphy solely on it makes losing the bet even worse.
Yeah, just the next pick over. Yeah.
And this is just gonna spite Felix personally.
Yeah.
This draft is just saying you already got yours, bro.
Yeah.
Not this time.
So close, but not this time.
No, I'm sorry about your 50-cent bet.
Oh, dude, I'm really crushed with my 50-cent bet.
Next time you're in a busy town and you're 50 cents short of paying the meter, and then you get a parking ticket. Just think on this.
Kirk Cousins is the most expensive smokescreen ever. Let's see.
I like Kirk Cousins, man. I think
I like him
in the right
too.
situation, he could have won a Super Bowl.
I sit there and go, Atlanta. I want to root for you.
Same.
And
they're not making it easy on us to shoot.
Yeah.
Nah, but they are opening the door between them and the Saints. They're opening the door for Carolina to sneak their way into relevance if Bryce Young somehow makes a leap in year 2. But year 1 was rough.
There's no downside to drafting Bryce Young as a
downside. Actually, he's been one of my favorite picks because he's so late.
Yeah,
and he has they're gonna keep working on that team this offseason.
I recently started picking them up. It's I was really hoping they would get Brock Bowers, they would trade up for Brock Bowers somehow into this round, but they didn't do anything, obviously. But they might be in the talks to get my guy Eric All and I'm thinking they might draft Braylon Allen. There's some good players out there that they can.
There's some very good players, and they don't need no team really needs the Malik neighbors. They have Deontay. If they get Worthy and then add a guy in the 4th round, or just get 2 receivers that can be wide receiver 3s behind Deontay, they can generate offense.
I like when they took up Deontay. I thought that was a good fit.
I love Deontay, and I was drafting a ton of him in like the 9th round before he went somewhere because the trade was pretty strong to assume. And even though he's jumped to like the 6th round, I still like Deontay because this is one of the few guys that can get like 160 targets.
Well, I wasn't drafting Deontay because he was on the Steelers, and now I'm like, oh, he's not on the Steelers. This might be a good place for him. So,
got to interrupt 2 quick things here. Friend of the show, Jose, is in the comments. We have an audience. We've been streaming probably.
Oh, we got 3 people now.
I didn't even realize.
We got people. Like,
You're
able to see the stat. It's on the right side of StreamYard. Come on, host.
You got to get out of the private chat.
And we've got the Seahawks pick is in. I'm just waiting on you guys.
Oh, wait, 5 minutes. Wait, we're waiting another 5 minutes.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm on a commercial, so.
For Seattle, I see a crazy Seattle fan chanting, but
so maybe after this commercial.
I feel like the crazy part isn't needed. It's like Seattle fan. It's implied. It's implied they're crazy.
That's a pretty cool city, though. Like,
I could say here in Texas, Seattle can take its weather back. It rained way too much last week. I was like, no, this is beautiful Texas. Like, take your rainy weather back to the Pacific, back to the Northwest. We don't need this here. It's supposed to be hot. It hasn't even been hot in Texas. Oh,
why are there so many commercials?
They always drag out the first round, and honestly, it sucks. If it wasn't for playoff hockey being on,
dude,
it's like this should just be 90 minutes. Like, we should be wrapping this up right now. This doesn't need to go on until midnight.
You say that, and I'm an NBA fan. Guess what they're getting ready to do? They're getting ready to take the 2-round NBA draft and turn that into a 2-day event. It's like, we don't freaking care about the second round. Like, the second round is always the guys that, oh yeah, this guy's going to the G League, and it's like,
dude, I don't watch basketball until playoffs. And
I only care about
my bread and butter.
I only care about my Spurs. The rest of the NBA.
Are you a Texans fan or a Cowboys fan?
I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm a depressed Cowboys. So I got like the trifecta. I've got Astros.
Yeah, I saw the Astros. That's why I had to ask.
So Astros, Spurs. Spurs was the first sports love there. Tim Duncan, man.
That guy was pretty good.
Day one, man. Day one. And then Cowboys is just like me growing up, right?
Yeah,
the Texans didn't exist, so it's family. It's torture. It's torture. You know,
dude, at least you guys are in it, man. Like, us Chargers,
that's the problem.
We're never in it. Like,
the problem is that there's just enough optimism to where you go, we can maybe do something. But then they always, in grand fashion, take last year, the Green Bay Packers just curb stomping. It's like, yep, there it is.
But that made sense. That made sense. They didn't do well against teams that ran the ball, and nobody was running the ball. On them.
Green Bay scared me. And what was so tough is so last year, one of the things I was doing, I was on Instagram Live, and we'd choose a team, we'd go through and talk about them. And I was like, everyone's making a big deal about Aaron Rodgers leaving the Packers. And I was like, I hear you, but Jordan Love doesn't have to be great. The rest of the Packers roster, I was like, looks pretty good, especially on defense when there's like 8 guys, the 8 starters that they drafted in the first round. I was like, logically, you do usually have that. It's going to work out. And then Jordan Love ended up being a tad bit better than average.
Yep.
And
they had the 4th easiest passing schedule. Yeah. So I'm like, everything was set up for him to succeed last year. Oh, I don't know what the schedule is like. I wait for what's his name, Ian Hardowitz. He'll put out like a nice schedule. I use that thing. That was my draft guide last year. It's like, if I was kind of like in an iffy area, I'm like, okay, what player in this area has the best playoff schedule for whatever position I needed? It was my screensaver for a very long time last year.
We finally have, and
I love it.
We finally have an actual trade. We're not counting. Yeah, Byron Murphy for the Seahawks, which is just
got it, Felix, which is just painful.
I know.
I'm so sorry, brother.
Like, why they would do that to you?
I nailed it, though.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a tough one. But hey, good for Seattle. You brought up some really good points about that leaky center of their defense.
Yeah, and then they have a
You're paying
defensive head
attention to the right
coach.
things.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. A system that's making good decisions. I feel more comfortable betting on a team that makes good decisions. Like,
Yeah.
I'm really questioning the Falcons, like overall in general. I'm like, is this like if they don't make smart decisions the rest of the draft? I'm like, guys,
So-
like let's focus up here because
Speaking of teams not making good decisions, the Minnesota Vikings, because they have
Ended
to
up
be
at
involved
10?
with trades. So,
What are they giving away at this point?
I don't know, but
Washington?
here's the problem. Like here's the whole timeline on things, right? Is they traded for that second first round pick so early in the process because everyone and their
Minnesota
mother
just
knew
traded
what
up
they wanted to
again?
do. Yeah, they traded from 23 to 17. And here's the problem with Minnesota. This GM needs to freaking go. He's the worst. You showed your hand so early in this process. When you got the second first round pick, anyone with two functioning brain cells knew that, they got 2 first round picks because they go, this is enough draft capital to move up, not even thinking that, well, it also requires a team wanting to trade down.
Is this
So then there's
Turner?
I don't know. It doesn't even matter who they select. Like Minnesota is saving the Atlanta Falcons right now because Falcons have an F- for a draft, but the Vikings, like I almost want to give them like a did not participate. They're not even trying. Like it's not that they failed. They're just not trying. If you're a Vikings fan, like you've just got to be miserable right now.
It's either Dallas Turner or that the offensive tackle you guys were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Troy Fatanu or whatever.
It's got to be one
Honestly,
of those
if it's Troy Fatanu or whatever, like that guy's supposedly really good. A lot were saying he was the second best, and they need a lineman really bad.
Yeah,
You see a guy like that, and you want to move up 6 picks, not the worst thing.
not
But
smart.
overall, bad. I'm
everything is
still with you,
desperate.
Aaron. I'm still with you. Overall, it's like they're very much not doing this.
They
the
didn't
best
need
way
to
they
do
can.
that. Yeah.
Like you can tell that they only had one plan, which was we'll get the second first round pick and we'll trade up and we'll take our quarterback, and it blew up in their face and they're panicking. Like is so like how can you run a professional NFL team this way? Come on.
Wait, who was the number one cornerback coming in? Quinnen Mitchell?
I honestly
And
don't
I have
know.
questions about that. How can the best cornerback play at Toledo?
Well, I mean, nobody thought about that when what's his name was playing at Cincinnati.
Sauce Gardner.
SARS, like
Mm.
they kind of.
It makes me hesitate. But I almost feel like it's the outlier, though. It's not us.
They drafted somebody. I don't know who it is.
Let's see.
Was it Dallas Turner? I don't know. They're
Dallas
showing Dallas Turner.
Yep.
Yeah, it makes sense. They get the number one defensive player that was listed that way.
But they let Daniel Hunter go. Like, that just feels so counterproductive.
They got Jonathan Greenard. So they got younger. But like Greenard went 3 years of doing nothing, then had his big breakout season. And it feels like those type of signings are always going to blow up in your face where you're like, oh, the guy finally had a big season after mediocrity.
It just feels like they're trying to be the Houston Texans when drafting a quarterback and then trading back up to get the number one defensive player.
It is. Yeah, this one is rough. Like Kawisi, dude,
They're the Bengals.
third year on the job. Oh,
I don't know.
Jesus.
Sorry, I totally cut you off there.
Dallas Turner, at least he ran really fast. Turner, I'm sure, is a great player, but
Yeah,
I just don't like the thought process on doing all
You're
this.
just losing out on other stuff that they could fill the team with. I don't know what they traded away, but they're giving a lot of capital away for.
It's just
these-
it's the
with
copycat notion of like how well that worked out for Houston last year.
Yeah,
Going, what they got Anderson, right? Or am I mixing up?
yeah.
He's
Will
not.
Anderson and
Yeah,
Stroud.
and Stroud.
Obviously.
But like the key there
Oh.
was that like those guys both ended up being amazing. If
Yeah,
one of these two is a bust, this was a waste.
yeah. With how much capital they're getting rid of it, because Houston didn't have to trade up the first time. Like they were already there, weren't they? Like
They had the 102, and then they chose to trade
Yeah,
up
and
to
then
103,
right.
which was worth it in the long
Yeah.
run.
Yeah. worked out.
They're just lost a lot of capital, which they could get another running back, and a couple offensive linemen, and
the issue is that really, including that trade for the other first round pick, it's like that's 3 times you've traded up in the first round, and like those first round picks, like that's going to be the best players, but it's those day 2 picks. And even the day 3, like you have to still draft reasonably well on day 3 to truly build a playoff roster, to build the depth there. And this is not good for Minnesota. Like one of the projects I did, Chris is aware of this. Like I went and I tracked like the last 4 years of like draft history for teams, because like that's what put me on like, hey, fade the Chargers. Like they're not like, if you continuously fail the draft, it catches up to you. If you have multiple years of bad drafts, that's how you end up. That's how you get those teams that shock everyone. How are they so bad? Minnesota
had any Vikings left.
Yeah.
Jose asked if the Vikings had any picks left. I was like, probably not.
I don't. Yeah.
They traded away the 2nd and 4th and got a 7th back.
Yeah. Like from an NFL standpoint, it's like this is trading up isn't bad, but you can't continuously trade up and up and up. But if you're
gonna do it, you better hit.
Yeah. You know what team has easily like the worst draft history of like these past Jets. 4 years? I wouldn't no. The Jets, it's same division, but the Jets look so much better than
the Jets got better with Douglas, but pre-Douglas, the Jets had like the worst 10-year stretch.
Chris Greer is the new Tom Telesco before Tom Telesco. Steve Kine. Yeah.
The Dolphins can't draft to save their life.
Dolphins literally have nothing to show in the past 2 drafts except for Devon Achane, except a running back, which running backs don't move the needle at all. Like, and the dude can't draft anything outside the first round, anything at all. It's remarkable. He has been just horrendous, but no one's calling him out on his
bad. That is not the type of remarkableness you want.
No one calls him out on his BS. Like Chris Greer's been with the Dolphins forever, and
they have a lot of speed, and everyone loves speed.
They have a lot of speed, and you know what's going to happen with this Dolphins team? It's the same thing that happened with the Chargers last year. Chargers like just bellied up first round. You know, we know the Jacksonville game, and that was the sign, right? And what did Miami do? It was the week before the playoffs. It was they had control of their destiny. They could have won the division, and they lost it to the Bills. And then
it was 3 weeks earlier when they lost to Will Levis and the Titans. They beat Will Levis and the Titans. None of that matters. Losing to the Bills is reasonable. Losing to the Titans in Week 15, disgusting.
Yeah. So the Dolphins won't make the playoffs. And you see when you pull them up on our lads, one thing I like is that they'll showcase, this guy was a signing. This guy was a signing. That's all the Dolphins have been doing is they're like, crap, we have a lot of holes on our team because they can't draft to save their life with Chris Greer, who needs to be fired, and not given the Tom Telesco treatment of, I'm sorry you're fired. Here's immediately an equivalent job.
It's crazy they didn't get rid of him with Brian Flores because like Greer's been there for a while now.
He has.
And he really hasn't done anything in his tenure. And he's probably one of the longest tenured GMs in the league.
Well, you know, that Dolphins owner was trying to lose on purpose.
Thanks for Tua.
And he accomplished that with Chris Greer. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's my rant.
Oh, I love it. I think you're spot on with the Dolphins. I think for like fantasy football, we're probably still safe this year, but their record's probably going to bleed this year. I mean, it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're on the Bengals. They need to replace T. Higgins before he gets just traded.
You think they trade him? Well, they're not going to be signing him next year, right? So you think this is the last season?
I just think they got rid of Tyler Boyd, so they also like they had Yoshibas, but like
you're not a Charlie Jones believer.
You think it's time for Cincinnati to draft another receiver?
I think there's so many good ones like at the top of this right now. That
who would you take? Like who's your 4th receiver?
Brian Thomas is my 4th.
Okay, I wouldn't hate it, especially to replace T. Higgins.
And they had the LSU connection there. They like, you know.
Did they play together at all at LSU?
No. I doubt it. If anything, it was like
I don't think so.
Chase was on.
I think Brian Thomas would be a nice fit there.
If they draft Brian Thomas and then like in round 5 they get like Jermaine Burton, That would solidify that.
I
passing.
love Jermaine Burton.
So
I think
do
that
I.
would be sick.
Yeah, I think that would be like one of the best passing, like receiving cores after next year.
So I definitely try to have
Oh
like a set method, but I will cut 1 or 2 exceptions a year for good reasons to my methods because of course we're going to be wrong a ton. So you want to also play against yourself. And Brian Thomas is the one guy who I'm going to just forgive the concerns when you look at certain important efficiency metrics like yards per route run. I'm going to forgive it because there's a lot of other positive to like. And, I think he can land closer to a T. Higgins than to a, Quentin Johnston.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think that would be a nice pick. And honestly, you've been very hot. You've been on fire, Felix. You've called a lot of these.
Yeah,
I've been pretty lucky. Let's be honest.
But you have some sound logic. That's the thing. It's
but that's a problem too. It's like it makes like logical sense, but to himself.
So
you're also a winner, so it's
So here we go. We have the details on that trade between the Jaguars and the Vikings, and oh my god! So to move up 6 spots, right? 6 spots. The Vikings were like, here's a 5th round pick this year, and then next year, because it doesn't matter to Kwesi, he's going to be fired because he is dog shit at his job. He is like, here's a 3rd round and a 4th round pick. Like, this dude, this is sabotage. He's going to get fired.
That's a lot of capital.
It's a lot of picks, and he's going to be fired. This ship is sinking.
What did the Bengals take? An offensive tackle?
They took an offensive tackle. They took a pretty athletic one too.
Good. They need that.
That's good. Yeah.
I like it. It's
Marius.
I remember them saying that it's probably a bit more of a project, but
there's also so many wide receivers. Like you can always
round two they can get their guy.
Hey, all I'm saying is the 8 wide receivers in round 1 people are really having a bad time right now.
Yeah, they're having a tough time. But there's still a lot of teams that need wide receivers, like the Bills coming. I still have the Bills going defensive end or defensive line, but
you would need 5 more wide receivers at this point. We're halfway through the round. It's doable if they really stack them in the 20s. I'm just saying, right now they're sweating.
Well, we saw a quarterback run, right? And then there's everyone's going to have like Bills receiver, Chiefs receiver. It could, but unlikely, but it could.
Bo Nix and Michael Penix blow my mind that they're still 1st round picks.
That was awful.
That's so bad.
I'd be okay if it's like pick 32, right? The Lamar Jackson thing.
To trade back in or something.
To have like the 5th year option, sure. But to like take it that early, it's like no. Like you trade down.
You have to think at a certain point there has to be owner influence because like Atlanta always does this, man. Pitts, Bijan, right? Like London, like they always take these guys earlier than they necessarily have to.
Yeah. It's like he's building up a dynasty team.
So real quick with the with the Bengals, like I like the Marius Mims pick, and what's insane is their current right tackle is Trent Brown, who's the behemoth, 6'8", 355 pounds, and then the guy that I'm assuming right now, in my like projections on depth charts, is like Marius Mims. Maybe it's more of a redshirt season, and then he's the eventual successor for Trent Brown, who's 31 years old. It's like 6'6", 340 pounds. Like, geez, like. The Bengals, they know what they're doing here. Yeah. And then Jose in the comments, aren't picks round 1, 2, and 3 premium picks build your team? The GM for the Vikings will be fired. If I'm the Vikings owner, like after this draft, like you don't even let him see this through. Like
unless the owner is having a part in this debate.
That's the only thing.
That
like
is
it's
the
gotta
only
be.
Thing. Yeah.
It like these moves, like I want to give this GM the benefit of the doubt and go, this is not what a GM would do. And it has to be signed off by the owner. This feels like the owner is getting involved. I don't know anything about ownership with the Vikings. Oh, jeez.
I'm having a hard time to figure out what I'm going to have for dinner.
What time is it by you?
That's pretty late. It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, where do you live? Carolina, you said?
Yeah, Carolina.
Just having 10 o'clock dinner, bro? You missed the window. This is officially midnight sack.
Dude, so I work 5 to 7:30, And then I was like, okay, I got home. I had my kid in bed. And I was like, oh, shoot, it's about time to, you guys are already hopping on. So I got
I
dressed.
appreciate you missing dinner for us, bro.
No problem.
Very thoughtful.
And stand for the angry rants.
Now I feel
about
bad for
Nick's
making a joke about
incompetence.
it.
Oh, no, dude. I have very thick skin. You can
Love to
joke
hear
about
that.
anything with me.
This is the thick skin crowd.
Yeah, we brought Felix in and we just talked about how bad his Chargers are and will be and forever. And
his mission.
No, this is our year. This is everything's coming up Chargers for me.
The Chargers, I'm very excited for the Chargers this year, man. Especially their pricing in best ball, like we said before. Herbert, like, it's just a disgrace he's this cheap.
Dude, if we get Braylon Allen,
people are taking him after like just significantly worse guys.
Yeah. Might be just get, the classic taco here. Yeah. Get a chili cheese burrito. Not chili cheese burrito. What is it called? Grilled cheese burrito. Yeah. Damn, that's expensive.
What
did the Rams pick? Aaron, what did they take?
They're going defense. They're going pass rusher, Jared Verse. So the interesting thing is, like, they were rumored they wanted to trade up into the top 10.
All I heard was that they were going to go offense. Like everything that what's the name was reporting was offense.
And I've got to stand. Holy moly, this draft's killing me. Oh,
that was one of the upgrades I got with my my Millie maker. I
chair and setup and all that.
Yeah, I got the Secret Labs chair.
I love it.
There you go.
You gotta get
like a better computer chair. Like,
yeah, so I got that. I got a desk. I never had a desk. I didn't have a computer. When I used to stream through my Xbox and had a camera.
I love it. So all the jokes of the Rams, of course, is this is the first round pick that they've made in forever.
That's a good pick, though.
Yeah, and kudos to the Rams, right? Like that rebuild, they did it, like, just tip their toes in it. They did it the right way. It's like, man, if we're going to rebuild, I remember their roster last season. Our lads would have rookies, like, I think they might have been, like, their names were yellow or green. And you're like, holy crap, like, half of the 90-man roster is rookies. But that's what you got to do, right? You go super young. You're like, we've got these rookies on 3-year, 4-year contracts. Let's find our guys, like, let's find our Puka Nakuas that are going to be super cheap, that we're going to have under cost control for multiple seasons. And you cut the old weight. And that's how all of a sudden, like, the Rams made the playoffs too. It's like,
okay, so all right, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not expecting you guys to know the answer. Well, what happened to Cooper Kupp's hamstring? Because I know that
he was old.
It's just his age, or is it just like a medical thing? Because, like, I want to draft him again this year because I think he's, fourth round.
Cooper Kupp 2 years ago obliterated his ankle, man. Similar to Michael Thomas. And then, the hamstring, you see it a lot. You see the compensation injuries when you have these bad injuries. You're working it out. You have to use other muscles in ways you normally wouldn't. And then some of these weird, like, you just become prone to more injuries. So, like, at this point with Cooper Kupp, like, I mean, when he's healthy, sure, there's still a good amount to him probably, but he's also like 30, 31, and it's like you now have Puka. He's not cheap. Cooper Kupp's not cheap, and you still have all the same red flags. So I don't know. I mean, if he stays healthy for the whole year, how many fantasy points does he score at this point in his career? Maybe 200, 210. It's not going to kill you if you don't draft him in like the 4th round. That's my thought.
And Chris was pretty spot on with it. Like, I don't even think it takes being a medical expert. Kudos to those guys on Twitter that do it. Like, there's some good analysis, but sometimes we don't have to really, like, we don't have to think too much about it. It's like, oh, Cooper Kupp.
I didn't take Cooper Kupp once last year. The problem is I also didn't draft Puka Nacua. So, like,
I drafted a bunch of Puka.
I drafted a Kyron.
Very nice.
But I didn't get the Pukas.
I didn't draft any Kyron.
See, if we combined last year, we would $3 million. This is why we got a podcast more. See, we both had 2 halves the whole.
Yeah.
Sorry, Aaron.
I was also drafting.
No, you're good. I'm not
Aaron
going
had
to refresh
Zach
my
Moss,
screen.
and that's the half we didn't even think of.
I was drafting also the guy out of the KC, the
Rashi Rice.
No, the other. He was terrible. He ended up like getting sat out for domestic abuse.
Don't know who you're talking about.
Something.
Tony?
Who? No.
Out of KC, like college, not the football.
No.
Oh,
Not college. He played for Clemson, and he was highly recruited, and then had a back injury.
Yeah, I'm
am I
thinking
drawing
of the
blank on
receiver.
his
He went undrafted, and
he's
but
like
he wasn't
18th round,
supposed
but he was
to be.
like he was looking to be like potentially like the starter out there, and I was
I'm
like,
pulling him
I
up here.
wasted
Justin
so-
Ross.
Justin Ross. Yeah, I wasted so much money on Justin Ross last year.
I wasted a ton on Richie James. See, we all do it. We all do it.
Yeah.
So much money on him.
Wow, now we have a run of defense. All right.
It makes sense. It's matching the draft board though. Like that's
Dude, 8 receivers in the first round is what they said.
well, and Felix mentioned this too. It's like the draft was like it was at the very top was all the offensive guys. Well, all the offensive guys are gone, and it's I wouldn't say bad defense. It's just there wasn't like the studs. But
No,
if you needed some defense like this,
The pick is in. Does Pittsburgh?
they're going center
with Brian Thomas.
They're going
like
center.
Brian Thomas is a Mike Tomlin style guy.
Definitely is a Mike Tomlin kind of guy, but I think they're going center. They had him like the guy in for like 30 visit or whatever it's called.
It's good information.
And the Steelers don't like. They're pretty like here's our hand. We're going to show you our hand, and we're still going to win, kind of thing.
That's so true.
The only other guy that it could potentially be center is the glaring need, and they do like that center because Nate Herbig is currently the projected.
Yeah, he's not good. And again, I'm a big. After he won me the million, I fully invested in Najee, and that offensive line needed so much help, and they finally invested last year, and then I can see him doing it again this year.
I almost want to say receiver.
I traded first round picks that are going to be late first rounders in non-superflex leagues. I traded those away for Najee Harris mid last season.
Nice.
So in 2 leagues. So I don't know if you like I'm in lockstep with you. Probably a bad idea. I love it.
Dude, I do you know how much flack people come in and I get all the hits. Anytime Najee doesn't do well, I'm tagged in Discords, Twitter. But all those people were real quiet week 17. I actually took down Underdog's Battle Royale week 17 last year.
Dude, you can't stop hitting. I love it.
Dude, yeah. I my first time playing because I actually had 0 teams in the best ball finals. I was like, well, I got nothing else to do. I guess I'll nothing to sweat. I guess I'll do some Battle Royale. And I shipped it.
I love that, dude.
So,
Nah, dude, you have a great feel for like what you said when you first joined in, trying to like feel out like what coaches are gonna do and like team personalities. You're really dialed in with that.
Yeah.
And so the pick is in for the Steelers. They've officially announced the player. I think it's such a Steelers.
You can say it. I've lost my joy and enthusiasm at this point.
Troy Fatanu.
Okay, we got a lineman finally.
Yep.
Why did this guy fall?
There's always it's interesting. They list him as offensive tackle, but like ESPN also has him at guard. Like they will find a spot for this guy.
They'll use him.
Yeah. Like there's enough holes. Like it's weird. Like Pittsburgh, it's not that the offensive line is devoid of talent. Like there's a good combination of young talent now because Broderick Jones was a first round pick last year. So back-to-back years, you've taken offensive linemen. They have some veterans, Isaac Susamalu, who spent a lot of time with the Eagles, won the Super Bowl there. They have James Daniels, a former Bear, who's kind of like with this pick, my projected depth chart, I'm moving James Daniels to center. I think he started at center with the Bears, and then he moved to guard, and then he signed with the Steelers. But he has center capabilities, so I'm going to move in James Daniels to center. Currently, I would put Troy Fatanu maybe at right guard. But
they might be able to get a center in the second round based on like none of them going so far.
And if they do that, I'd like that because then
because there's good wide receiver depth late. Like when we're talking about Burton. Burton could easily be a place that he goes and Ricky Pearsall from Florida can go there, and it makes sense. Like.
Yeah. The only issue is Arthur Smith's the offensive coordinator. So whatever guy goes there, it just won't matter in fantasy.
Hopefully, all I care about is Najee and Jalen Warren. I prefer Najee 99% of the time, but
so you're happy with and I forgot Cordero Patterson is with the Steelers now.
Special teamer.
I know. I just laugh. I'm like, of course he followed Arthur Smith.
100% he followed Arthur Smith for playing time, but I don't know.
The Steelers have been a team that brick by brick. It's taken a couple of years. I like the overall direction they've been going. They haven't ever been the sexiest picks, but and also just like, hey, take the Atlanta Falcons and the Pittsburgh Steelers. What did the Falcons do at the quarterback room? They threw hundreds of millions of dollars at Kirk Cousins and still used the 8th pick on a rookie quarterback. Meanwhile, the Steelers gave Russell Wilson the minimum contract and traded like a 6th-round pick for Justin Fields. Like, bravo, Pittsburgh. Bravo.
Yeah, they're so smart. I wish, like, I'm hoping, now that we have Harbaugh, my team's going to start making, like, smart decisions like they do.
Yeah. It's so Jose's got a good question for us here. Sorry, it's from a few minutes ago, but we still don't have a receiver drafted. He goes, when do you guys think the next wide receiver gets drafted? Let's look at the draft board. Looking at
Dolphins, I don't see them. Eagles could easily take a wide receiver.
They have.
Hey, Steelers went center. Oh no, they didn't. Cameron Hayward's just saying it.
Yeah, it's like, Jacksonville at 23. I mean, like,
no.
Jacksonville trade back. Oh yeah, with Minnesota.
They were.
Brian Thomas would definitely.
Dude, is Miami about to draft Xavier Worthy at 21 just to stay fast?
Oh my God! Imagine.
I mean, I don't think they can help themselves.
Oh man.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's try to think what else. They need a lot of help everywhere else, though.
Yeah.
Like, if they do that, they're limiting themselves to.
There's some Xavier Worthy ties to Miami, and that would be an on-brand thing.
It's very on-brand. Yeah,
it's speed, and I know that they don't run a lot of 3 receiver sets because you really don't need to when you got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle,
and now Johnny Smith and Devin A-Chain
and I love Johnny Smith. Oh, I love Johnny Smith, but. Hear me out on this one. Like, Jalen Waddle, like, if they were to draft Xavier Worthy, Tyreek Hill, it's not that he's shown signs of age yet, but
he hasn't shown any signs of nothing, dude.
But I think it's more of a Jalen Waddle thing. It's like,
I'm still
maybe they don't want.
I know I'm still wrong.
Yeah. I feel like if they Worthy could be a choice here because it's like, man, do we really want to give Jalen Waddle? What would it be? And well, hold on.
Jalen Waddle's amazing. What are you saying, Aaron? Of course,
I love Jalen Waddle. I'm always going to be the wrong by baiting Tyreek Hill, but I didn't fade him in the big board, but I plan on fading him in BBM.
So
it's
Jalen Waddle.
I mean, he's so expensive that like I don't hate the idea because like. You do run the risk, and if Miami does struggle, like could hurt everyone. I don't think that's a decision that'll hurt you, even if he does repeat his fantasy points.
I hate fading him, but at the same time, like some year he's gonna fall off, and I'm always gonna be probably off. But
I'm taking Lamb over him for sure, and I don't hate if you want to take Hall or Bijan, even if you want to sneak in some ARSBs.
I just want more Chase. I guess I believe in Chase. Maybe it's because he won me the Millie Maker a few years back, but like,
and he's good.
And he's good and on an ascending offense in my mind.
Ooh.
So I've been back and forth on Cincinnati because I love them. Bradley doesn't like them. He's pretty compelling.
Yeah,
and Burrow now has this weird hand injury, and
I did hear stuff weird about that injury that it doesn't always fully heal.
The thing with Burrow is like he gets himself sacked so much. And he's now had so many injuries in just a couple of years, significant ones. It's like he's on that Andrew Luck trajectory, bro. And I don't know. That's my only hesitation. But I love Jamar Chase, man. I love T. Higgins. I love Joe Burrow. They look great in orange. But
so real quick for like Miami Dolphins, like
who did they pick?
No. One quick tidbit is Houston Texans are apparently trying to trade into the first round. Something to monitor. But if the Dolphins were to go receiver, and I would assume Xavier Worthy because that's such a Dolphins pick, the reason behind that would be Jalen Waddle after this year has he'll be entering his final year of the contract, and then you start going. Do you want to give Jalen Waddle? I don't know, what would it be? Would it be like $25 million per year to get Jalen Waddle? At this point, like I feel like most NFL teams, like they're always trying to think of, okay, we got guys are coming up on big money deals and we can't lose them unless we got a guy with a similar skill set, similar skill level that we could go, well, it's nice having you here, Jalen Waddle, but we got younger, cheaper version of you. I wouldn't say better, but that's I think the logic.
Oh, Jalen Waddle's so good, man. You're really hating on Waddle for no reason.
No, I think it's just more of trying to give like the reason why a team would do that.
Imagine Waddle goes to the Bengals next year because they don't sign Higgins and they take Waddle. Oh, that team would be electric.
Man.
Bro, imagine Waddle goes to the Chiefs and they just get their Tyreek Hill back.
Ooh.
So I spent all that time doing that, and it didn't actually matter because they drafted a defensive end, probably a pass rusher, probably edge, because they run a 3-4. So
they need a defensive line.
Dude, I couldn't find a way to bet NFL draft, but I wanted to take there was an over-under for I think it was like 5.5 receivers in the first round, or maybe 6. I wanted to take the under so bad, and we're up to pick 22. Only 3 receivers.
This could be a huge run here.
As Twitter told us for the last 2 months that there's going to be 8 in the first round, that they're all generational. Like,
yeah, does it start with the Eagles? No, like they could, which they could, but
they need a defensive cornerback. This is the perfect spot for the Quinnen Mitchell guy.
Yeah, they need corner. Philly desperately needs corner. Wide receiver, the only reason I would be shocked is they just extended A.J. Brown like a week after they extended Devontae Smith. Yeah. Like it's, of course, I'm all for like, put Jalen Hurts out there with all the weapons. It would be fun, but it's got to be cornerback. You got Slay, who's aging, slowing down a little bit. They have Bradbury, who fell off huge. But so both starting quarterbacks are aging, slowing down in their 30s. Yeah, you gotta address the secondary, and they were rumored to be like monitoring, trying to trade like up in the first round. And technically, we haven't had a cornerback. Like, wouldn't that be something they could hypothetically? They take cornerback, which is their biggest need, and they're drafting the top cornerback. In theory, the first cornerback.
Let's see here. Did I have a pick on that?
It's very possible.
To answer Jose's question, I'm going with Jacksonville, who's been rumored ever since they lost Calvin Ridley to the Titans. They've been so desperate to like they've been trying to get veteran receivers, and they might just go, well, we can't get a veteran receiver to replace Ridley. We'll just draft a receiver.
I think there's a real chance Jacksonville takes a receiver.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's going to be replacing Gabe Davis.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be Brian Thomas, and it's just like, oh, come on, anybody else.
Well, hopefully no one heard us being so nice to Gabe Davis way earlier.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Otherwise, round 2 receivers looking pretty juicy. Someone's going to just absolutely steal Troy Franklin, but
dude, if whoever Carolina's the first pick in the second round, or right? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Like so, they're getting the pick of the litter.
They need a receiver too.
It gets better. Then the next pick in the second round is the Patriots.
Let's go Bryce Young. Let's go Drake May. Oh man, the Jets. Fuck, they gotta face Drake May now. It sucks. You know what's great too? Like Mac Jones was the sacrificial lamb that had to follow the direct footsteps of Brady. So now that it's like Drake May can just come in and you're like past Tom Brady, he can actually try to reinvent the Patriots. That'd be cool. But
so I put out a $5 bet earlier. His first quarterback was selected, obviously Caleb. I put Braylon Allen first running back at plus 3,500 odds. Malik Nabers, second wide receiver, minus 340. Eric All plus 4,000, second tight end. Quinnen Mitchell is the first cornerback selected, minus 140. Joe Alt, minus 200 as the first offensive lineman. And Junior Colson is the first linebacker selected. So far, we hit 3 of those. So payouts 49,000.
Braylon Allen's real optimistic.
Yeah, I know. It's plus 3,500. So 3,500.
It's not impossible. I mean, he's a big guy.
Yeah, I just see the Chargers. They already brought in some big dudes. Like, why not bring in another guy?
Honestly, Braylon Allen saying next to Justin Herbert alone would just be a menacing thing to look at.
Yeah, dude.
You're an edge rusher, and you're like, I'm about to run into that. God damn it. But I think I'm gonna call it, guys. I gotta be up early for a trip tomorrow.
Alrighty.
So what
I
happens
don't-
when you leave? Is
I
it going
don't
to
know. When
end
I
the
leave, it might
stream?
end it for everyone. In which case, I apologize. If
You
you
just
have a way to reopen it, Felix, I'm sure you guys can.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you leave, because I'm not logged into the account.
I
I'm
have
logged
the
in my
option to
account.
leave studio without ending stream, but I don't know once I leave if it just ends.
All right. Well,
I'm pretty sure it's going to end it.
so hold on. Let me start getting things ready to get my hands ready. All right. So if it leaves, I will get it started back up. I don't have all the bells and whistles to get the thumbnail and all that jazz up, but I will.
Oh, we need Bradley. Where's Bradley?
You know.
Bradley, where you at? You at that draft house? Is that where you're at?
So yeah, if you leave, we'll figure this out. We'll figure it out.
No, here I'll keep it rolling to 11.
You're in the? I'm pretty 99% sure you're in the Twitter chat, Aaron.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
What I'll do is I might be briefly out. It's the power of streaming. It's like, man, I got to use a restroom. But
yeah, you're good. You're good.
I think we had another guy that was going to join in too. So
yeah, I see. Okay. All right. If you whenever you're ready, dude, it was fun having you on.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I had a blast. But no, I'll wait. I mean, I'll rock it out till 11 if you guys want, or if you want to try to come up with another stream.
You're good, man. We'll figure it out.
He's telling you. He said, "I've had it with your Charger slander here. Get out. Get out.
You go get your rest, man. There's no reason to push you. So traveling's always difficult.
He's just gonna go watch hockey.
Nice guy, Felix. See, I live in New York. People are always rough around the edges. See, you and Aaron.
There's so many people from New York out in Raleigh. It's wild.
New York, you Carolina and Texas people with your like Southern style of niceness, and general politeness. I ain't used to it.
Yeah.
Oh, but that works because I'm probably gonna go ahead and hop off so I can at least use the bathroom before hopping back on.
All right, if you guys can't figure it out, let me know. I'll see what I can do.
I'll figure it out. We got it. We got it.
Go to the audience. Be on the lookout. We'll start another stream.
Have a good night, guys.
See you guys.
So this is my show, and we are on. Let's see here. What pick are we on? We are still live, so no worries, Jose. We are. Yeah, still says live. We're going. I am not the host. I don't really know how it ends or whatnot, but we are currently still live. So perfect. I'm gonna. I can't change anything because I'm not the host. I don't think we thought this part through because it is live, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to get in because I am not the host. This is going to be a small issue. For any, I think it's smart to start another stream. We're about a little over halfway through the draft. I can't bring anybody else on, so I'm going to start another one. So I apologize. We'll be right back. And we're back. So for you guys don't know, I run my own channel. Sorry for my messy room. This is why I usually have my background on. Give me a second. Cancel. I'm not trying to share anything. Settings, virtual background, my good old Best Ball Nation. Perfect. Yeah. So I usually have stream over at Best Ball Nation. It not always over here. Alrighty, so we're back. Everything's good. I am pretty late to. Let's see. Can we change this so I have a little something behind me? Anything? I do not. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, that'll work. So it's not just my face that everybody has to see. Perfect. And I have some control. I can end stream. I can bring people on. Cool. Sorry for the hiccup there, guys. I was logged into my account. So let's see here. Eagles, the pick is in. Did we miss anything? The Dolphins ended up getting Chop Robinson, defensive end out of Penn State. What do we know about Chop Robinson? Chop Robinson. 21 years old, just had his birthday, 6'3", 254 pounds, out of Maryland. Looks thick. Let's see. We have some good. Oh, the Eagles pick is in. Let's see. Who we going with here? Roger Goodell. In the first round of the blah, blah, the 22nd pick is. I had him going offensive line, but defensive back makes the most sense here, especially with them not have been drafted yet. There's supposed to be I think the line, the betting line was like 5.5 defensive backs going. So. Sweet, Jose. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see here. The pick is in. What in the world? Why are we on a beach with some random homeless person in the background? Jordan Mailata. Which player has the best landing spot for fantasy so far? Let's see here. Marvin Harrison, I guess, is probably who got drafted here. That dude looks like he's half awake. All right, perfect. Quinton Mitchell selected. That's 4 out of the 7 pick parlay for $49,000 that I've nailed. Let's see here. Who else got? The Caleb Williams, obviously, but that I feel like that's just too obvious because of what they brought over. What else has been a good pick here? Let me go through the draft so far. Can I see the rounds? Jaden Daniels went to a decent spot, but I'm a little suspect about the offensive coordinator there. They have good weapons, but let's see how well the offensive runs through him. Drake May, I don't know if he's going to be good this year. I think he's going to be good like year 3. He's going to be the guy like that you had to have on your teams year 3. This year, Marvin Harrison it just sticks out right now because Nabers, suspect quarterback play. Roma Dunze, wide receiver 3, late season, could be the guy. Michael Penix it's got to be a joke. Brock Bowers going to Georgia, or playing from Georgia, going to the Raiders. I don't know, man. It doesn't shout excitement unless he just towers above Michael Mayer, which I don't understand how he could. it just doesn't make sense unless they're trying to be the Patriots of 2000, whatever year that was, when they had Gronk and Aaron Hernandez. Unless they're trying to go that route, that pick doesn't make any sense to me. He's like the best. Whatever. Don't be bitter. Yeah, I would say it's still Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison. Just followed you on X. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Jose. That kind of guy. I don't even know what my following count is on there. Where are we at? I think I was like 1,500 a few months back. How do I go to my profile? I'm at 1,600 followers. You were my 1,600th follower. That's nice. It's a nice solid number. I don't know why I'll remember that, but I think I will. Dun, 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 dun. Always open. We've agreed to terms with always open. 3-year extension through 2029. Is there anything going on the For You? What's it not For You? What am I trying to look up? Explore? Is that the trending? Yeah, trending. Falcons, Penny Cousins, Steelers draft, Embiid, Mitchell's. Not saying anything interesting on trending on X. Aaron called it wide receiver for the Jacks. Oh man, you guys are so far ahead of me. One day I'll get to see which receiver. One day. Let's see here. Which receiver is it? You got to tell me, Jose. I can't wait any longer. Tell me who it was. Was it Brian Thomas? Was it Xavier Worthy? Was it A.D. Mitchell? A.D. Mitchell seems like a Jags type of player. But if they get Brian Thomas, I am a little nervous for. That's so bad for Gabe. No. Yeah. I'm still going to take Gabe, but that is definitely a shot in the arm that I didn't need. Damn. It stinks. Let's see here. What was my? Let's see here. Underdog. Here's what my exposure is on Underdog for my completed drafts. Results drafts. Internet's being real slow. I guess I have like 8 billion tabs open. Best ball drafts completed. Exposure. So Brian Thomas, where are you at, buddy? Did I not draft you that much? I liked you. Surprised I didn't get that much of you. I must not be seeing you because I know. Let's search. Brian. Oh, okay. I clearly just faded Brian Thomas. I have nothing against Brian Thomas. I think he's an electric receiver. Clearly. Having only 2% of Brian Thomas, though, means I did fade him unintentionally. I don't know where he was going. ADP was 66. So that is pretty early. But this guy is electric, man. And he's your, I don't know, like he fights extra yard. Like that whole LSU, if you get an LSU wide receiver, you're getting a good wide receiver. Unless you're, what was the guy from Carolina? Drawing a blank. Other than that guy, I feel like all of them produce. Definitely good. His route running was clean. And, I don't know. I think he was a good pick. That was definitely a good call by Aaron. I was hoping that it wasn't going to go that route just because I have shares of Gabe. Sorry, my torch is close. So yeah, my highest owned, I had 70% of Gabe Davis before the pre-draft drafts. Oh, I think I still take Gabe, but I'm hoping now that he'll fall an extra round here, maybe to the 13th. I think it just kills his value. Because now you're going to have, it'll be Gabe to start off with, right? And it'll be Kirk in the slot. And Zay will start on the other opposite side when they run the 3 wide receiver sets. And then that's going to get switched from Zay to Brian Thomas. And then Brian Thomas eventually will be the number 2. And if you're spending this kind of capital, he's just going to out target share Gabe and eventually Kirk. Oof, that's an offense though. That is an explosive offense now. You got ETN, you got Tank, hopefully bounces back. You have Kirk and Gabe and Zay and Brian Thomas, Evan Ingram. That's a lot of good pieces they have over there. That is a bunch of good pieces. Let's see here. Man, oh man. All right, just went through for me. I'm so far behind. I really need to put my order in for dinner if I'm gonna eat anything tonight. Still live. Let's see here. Who is drafting next? We got the Cowboys. Cowboys need offensive line help. They could be the first person to take Junior Colson. Do you need that for a pick? Because they need linebacker help because they lost, I think it's Vander Esch. I think that's who they lost. They've had this really good defense, but slowly, just like their offensive line, it's starting to dissipate. And if you don't start replacing those good pieces, it's gonna look real bad. Still live streaming. Sorry, my buddy texted me to see if I was going to play Call of Duty. Cowboys can go that route, and that would make sense. Who's available? Like that? That's what this needs. Top available, best available, cornerback, something Arnold, best fit, Graham Barton. Yeah, Barton makes the most sense to me. I wish there was a best way to look. Best available. Oh, thank you, ESPN, for being so smart. Okay, so Terrion Arnold, ranked 11th overall. I think Cooper DeJean would be more fun than Terrion Arnold. Graham Barton makes the most sense. Jason Newton also makes sense. Jershawn. Actually, Cooper DeJean doesn't make sense. I think that They need to go offensive line, and Graham Barton's the best one out there currently. Tyler Guyton, I guess, maybe they go Xavier Worthy, because they sit, or maybe Adon AD Mitchell. They talked about like replacing talk about replacing CeeDee Lamb or something like that, or I don't know what exactly they said. I haven't kept too up to date with the Dallas Cowboys news, but oh boy, we're gonna find out. Uh, 214 posts since I last updated. The Steelers broke the pro day rule, but it took a ton of circumstances. Went to Alabama pro day, where the former UW staff was, and knowing Bruner, one of their scouts, knows UW players very well. Cowboys are trading back to pick 29. They acquire 29, 73 from Detroit, give up the 24th and the 7th round pick. Okay, so the Lions are moving up. This has got to be for Terrion Arnold. Makes sense. Last year, my jaw dropped whenever they selected Jahmyr Gibbs. Who were they going to take? Ooh, tits. Oh man, oh man, oh man. So they just locked up ASB and they locked up Penei Sewell. Curious on where they go with this pick. I want a chicken sandwich. Yeah, let's get chicken sandwich. Cheese. Pepper jack cheese. What is the pick? Come on, the pick is in. What is the pick? Lions. I don't know what's going on with this. It was perfectly fine when I was on earlier. Come on, tell me what it is. Okay, 8 million people are on the stage. It's weird because I'm listening to this without like people here. Like I can't, or I should say I can't hear anything they're saying. And so I did bring my headset over here. I did. We're stepping up our game here. We're stepping up. Backpack. Headphones are in one of these pockets. Crispy chicken sandwich and a burger. I don't know which one I want. I'll eat both, regardless. $5 tip. I don't know. That's what I give everybody. Turn my light on a little bit. The Lions pick is in. It is. It's got to be Terrion Arnold, right? Terrion Arnold. That makes the most sense. They need a little bit of help at cornerback to shore it up. It just makes the most sense why you would trade up for like the number 11th overall player. I think also there's some kind of allegiance with Lions at Alabama, that being the first round pick of the last 2 years. Who was the first round pick? Where did Penny still go? He was on Oregon, so not complete. Let's see here. Came in 25th place in the NBA Showdown. $18. Single entry, of course. And currently in 148th, the Denver Laker one. Let's see here. Did we win any other bets off of this pick? I doubt that I did. I am going nuts with the whole logging in with my face and getting a text message thing. Packers are on the clock. I had Packers. I think I had them going. Offensive line. Let's see here. Graham Barton. I don't know. I don't know what their offensive line is currently, but I definitely see it's 1, 2, 3, 4. At a 7-pick parlay. Of course, the last 3 picks are most questionable ones. Mr. Irrelevant, I put $5 down for it to be a linebacker. 45 for us. Look at Bills. I put defensive line for $1, getting $5 back. Who we have here? We have Packers up next. I put offensive linemen for -170. I just placed $1. I was like, oh, if I was the Packers, where would I go? What makes the most sense? So I went through the whole thing. Currently up to $97, but I don't know how much I put on it being Caleb Williams being drafted first overall. Everything was chalk pretty much early on, so. And that is when sportsbooks makes their money, when everything's chalk, I feel like. Because you got all these people that are betting wild amounts of money on chalky things. Like the who was that? What was I going to say? I know the ETR guys were really set on JJ McCarthy being picked number 2. I was like, yeah, that'd be cool. Like, I can see it, but I don't think it'll happen. I don't know what happened to this game. Wide receiver for the 49ers. A.D. Mitchell's under 27th pick. I have Jackson Powers Johnson in the first round still. He needs to go. I put 6.5 over trades. I don't think we're going to get there. What are we at? 4, 3? ESPN. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 trades. I don't think that's definitely going to hit. That'd be like half the rest of this lobby getting traded back. Let's see. Is there anything up to date? What's next? The Bucks are selecting Duke. What happened here? Well, who would the Packers take? I am behind a whole pick on my screen. Let's see here. I don't know why I made that smaller. Old man. Okay. I love that I have all this Terrion Arnold going to Detroit. And then I have somebody, Jordan Schultz. They said they're selecting Duke offensive lineman Graham Barton. But that's the Packers are up next. So I have no idea who the Packers. N'Keal Harry is trending. Why is he trending? Jordan Morgan. Offensive tackle. I think that was good for me. Why do I hate you so much? It's settled. I don't understand how this works. TV. See, when I made the pick is when it's going to cash out. It's so weird. Yep, nailed it. So weird. I don't know who I had the Bucks taking. Let's see. Bucks are going to take Graham Barton according to this thing. Where am I? I was going to check to make sure I'm not leaving anybody hanging. I'll be back. You ready to join? Yeah, I got you. Invites, copy, paste. There we go. 251. Oh, I'm slacking. I'm sorry. Jordan, thanks for the broadcast tonight. Absolutely, man. Sorry, I'm not. I can feel air, right? But yeah, when it gets down to just me, I can talk and I can vamp, but there's gonna be some dead air. But I'm by my lonesome. So this is the O line. So the over on offensive players has got to be up there. Let's see. Offensive players, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. The over under was 22, 17. So 5 out of the last 7. That's going to be pretty tricky, but there's a lot more offensive linemen that could definitely go. Not there yet, but just trying to figure out. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for earlier. I wish I knew what he used earlier. It's probably this one. If he was the host, maybe he was using this one because it went straight to my face after he left. Or maybe it's that one. We'll go with that one for now. Switch it up. Go on the other side of the screen. I double check to make sure that my food isn't coming just yet. Preparing your order. All right, cool. Make sure I turn on my lights for those people. So just 11, 16, 16. All right, so Jordan Morgan, Graham Barton here. That leaves Cardinals up next. They went wide receiver early. And best available. Let's see here. Best available leaves them with Graham Barton's gone. They could. I mean, they could go Cooper DeJean. I think Darius Robinson could go. I think Darius Robinson would be the best fit for the Cardinals. Let's see here. Offensive line, Tyler Guyton, 33rd overall. Guard is definitely at the lower end of this. They could get Junior Colson. That'd be nice. Took out my headset and I never put it on. I'll make sure that nobody's in the draft or lobby here with me. Okay, good. Okay. Let's see. Here we have the start. Loving the fantasy football draft and the NFL draft. Nice. Trying to think how they could get help. Arizona. That's really good for Chris Godwin. Because that's you still only have Mike as the other competitor. Trey Palmer's not going to overtake Chris Godwin. So he's a solid third. We'll see what they do at running back here. Not here, but in this draft. It's crazy how far behind my headset is. Chicago Bears, Harrison's. Say it's up a little bit. Tampa Bay, I put offensive lineman. $1, so win $3. We'll take it. We'll take it. best fit, something Newton. Let's see here. Just Sean Newton. That makes sense. Get a little bit of value. But why not Chris Jenkins? What was he rated at? 47th overall? What's our next pick? They can still get him there. I think you bypass that. You go Darius Robinson, and you get Chris Jenkins in the second round. There we go. Kind of nailed it. Kind of. Made more sense. Okay, so big need for the Bills is wide receiver. Offensive line is decent. Defensive line, though, they got beat up. Sean Newton would be a good fit. It fits. Gotta go. We'll watch both the broadcasts tomorrow morning. Hey, thank you, Jose. We appreciate it. I'm assuming you already hit the like button because you're an amazing guy. But happy to have you on. Maybe here with us. Oh, they also lost a lot of Cooper DeShawn could easily be the Bills' pick here. They lost both corners, and he's out of Iowa. Plays in the cold. I think this could either be Newton or Cooper DeShawn. I mean, everybody will want a wide receiver, but I think the defensive needs are more important, especially when you know there's a lot of value still left on the out there. Next pick is 228. They have picked round 4. They have 2 picks. They don't have a third round pick. 5th, 3 5s, 2 6, and a 7. Pills have traded a number 28 overall pick. Chiefs are trading up with the Bills per sources. Oh, that means they probably want the wide receiver or cornerback, Cooper DeShawn. Oh, grandma. Oh, grandma. Chiefs are trading for 28th. Let's see here. For you. What's for me? So Arthur Smith wasn't the problem. So the Chiefs get 28, 133, 248. Buffalo now gets 32, 95, and 221. I feel like the Bills win this trade, my opinion. So to be clear, who's doing what in Civil War? Oh wait. Oh, Taylor Tolbert. Transformers 1. Interesting. Oh, let's double check. Make sure nobody's there. Nobody's there. So the pick is in. They could go cornerback or wide receiver. Those are the two biggest needs from both. I have yet to get any notification on what the pick is. I cannot react. I think wide receiver makes sense, but I think cornerback makes more sense. It's not really like a number one left. No. Turn on my lights real quick. I'll be right back. Let my wife sleep in some darkness. Let's see here. Has anybody got news? What happened here? They're taking word that they just got their Tyreek back. Oh. I wouldn't be too mad about Packers getting Jordan Morgan over Cooper DeJean. Xavier Worthy going to Pat Mahomes, though. This is wild. Kind of wild. They are going to be fast. A fast team for sure. Wow. Got a transplant. Good job, man. Xavier Worthy now. They've got some speed. Nicole, Marquise, Kadarius. I mean, imagine if he turns into Tyreek Hill. The Bills may never trade a pick again. I mean, it just makes sense. Makes sense, and it's going to be tough. They're about to shoot up some boards. Worthy. I faded Worthy, I guess, as well. So ADP was 93. With this selection, I can see him moving up to the 60s. I don't think I'll take any of him if he moves up that high, but I can see him going that far up. So Chiefs look offense: Mahomes, Isaiah Pacheco, Rasheed Rice, Marquise Brown, Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce. I think Mahomes goes up around. I think that's crazy. People are clouding the Bills for trading this away. I think about the Chargers and how they're going to be able to cover any of these people. We're gonna get wrecked over and over and over and over and over and over again. But Chargers playing, slow it down just a smidge. Keep Pat Mahomes on the side. Dang, this is crazy. Bills are like just throwing in the towel for this. Who else is out there? It's the Jets year. Sorry, my screen's dirty. Jackson Powers Johnson makes sense. Come on, Junior Colson. Jackson Powers Johnson. Okay, makes sense. They need offensive line help. That's good. Smart. Man, it's wild. It's had too lot to go through. So the Ravens need to go offensive line, but do they go offensive line here? So best available, offensive tackle. They lost their linebacker to the to the Steelers, I believe, right? Am I wrong? Ravens transactions. We're South Kyle Van Noy. Designated to return. That one. Mark Andrews. That's January. I'm pretty sure they lost their middle linebacker, which this is my projection of me pushing Junior Colson on to everybody. It'd be really nice. That is a lot of offensive players. 21 offensive players. They do just shore up their secondary is a smidge. That's not like their number one worry. But if you get Cooper DeJean, it's kind of a steal. Worthy. Let's see here. So 2 shares of Xavier Worthy. Which means he's in a big board team. That was my last for the team. Let's see here. Oh, it could be a Chargers, Chiefs matchup. Let's see here. Let's see here. First one was my last draft. I don't think I. Stroud Fields. Let's see here. What we got here? The Ravens. So what do we got? Select cornerback. Yeah, makes sense. This is a tough scene. I don't know how everybody else labels their. Everybody labels their teams, but I label my quarterbacks. Let's see here. My last Mahomes team. It's not the Xavier one. Mahomes. Rice. Mahomes. Nope. I stacked a lot of Mahomes and Rashee Rice. That was my strat early. He's got good hands. He's a little small. But corners can be small. No Lad McConkey for Mahomes, huh? So unfortunate. Sure nobody's in there. Okay. I left my boy Aaron hanging out too long. Well, that's it. On. Let's see here. Who's next? Who's up next? We have 49ers. This could be wide receiver. They did get lit up. They're not going to go defensive line. Let's see here. But not running back. No. Wide receiver is an option here. This is also something they can get later. If they wanted a guard, they could easily get the guard from the next round based on ranking. Wouldn't be surprised if they wouldn't Jershawn Newton based on the fall. 6'2", 300 pounds. That's good. Nate Wiggins. Even before all this. I had to follow Buffalo Wings after the tweet they had the other day. Oh, it's fun house turned in. Funhouse is finally done too. Sean Dangle, pick 31. Cooper DeJean. It's a solid pick. Feeling pretty good about my teams that I drafted early on. Just trying to figure out where I got that other. Oh, here it is. Hurts, Lamar, with Worthy. Had him at pick 155. Whew. That's a good team. Well, if I do say so myself. Did not get any Worthy. Oh. Oh, don't boo that. That's Ricky Pearsall. What? Who put? John Daly really confused me. Panthers traded up with the Bills, one pick. What is going on? Ricky Pearsall. Do I have any Purdy teams? Well, let's see. What's my exposure to Ricky Pearsall? $48 worth 7.7%. I should have. 6 shares for $10 and $3. Let's see, a little board. No. One of the little boards. Ricky. Oh, didn't get that paired up. Let's see here. War Room. Didn't get paired up there. I am going to the Jags in that draft. Purdy. Nope. Purdy. It's kind of low on Purdy, so I doubt that I have any matching. Purdy. No. Purdy. I don't see. Yeah, I didn't take any Purdy with Ricky Pearsall. Did not get any of that combination. All right, I'll be right back. My food is here. Right back. All right. Let's finish off this real quick. What did they get out of this trade? $32nd and a 6th-round pick. Bills get the next pick and a 5th-round pick, so they upgraded in 1 round, which is actually pretty big. Got to refresh. Carolina closes out the first round by selecting Carolina. Xavier will get. Wow. A lot of people clowning them for taking a get. I wouldn't do that so much, but I'm not going to say he's going to step in and be day one player, but he's going to be. He's a big dude. I never thought saw Debo like other people did, but I definitely saw like a Mike Williams type. I don't know if I should end the stream here, but that was all 32 picks of the first round. I'm gonna go. Should I end it? I don't really quite know. Just kind of hope somebody else will join and kind of give them the responsibility. I know that Jacob was talking about going on after the draft, so I will stick around for about 5 more minutes, see if he hops in, so that I can hand it over to him. What a crazy first round. Definitely pretty chalky to start with. The Penix threw the whole rest of the first round off. It was pretty wild. I definitely did not see that coming. I will have to move down a couple players here and there. The draft should open on Saturday after the draft's done. Ricky Pearsall goes up a few. Xavier Worthy is going to move up quite a bit, I have to imagine. Because I don't think he takes. I honestly don't even know when he gets the starting gig, right? But it's gonna be pretty quick. Like all he has to beat out is Kadarius Toney, and it also kind of depends on how long the suspension is for Rashee Rice. If it's a lot, then awesome. If it's 2 games, sorry, my cat just lost his ish. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop it here. I don't know exactly how this works. I'm in the stream. If you guys want to start a new one, this has been the Fantasy Football Plus Network. Please hit the subscribe, check out the website. It's going to have my rankings, and I'm guessing everybody else's rankings in there as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. am ending the stream. That's okay. If that's okay. Let's see here. Aaron Rodgers expresses love for the Jets draft day shuffle on McAfee. Falcons take Penix. Such a weird. Belichick critical of Drake May after Patriots selection. Now that is something I am curious. I'm curious what he has to say about that. I'll sit here for a couple minutes, just make sure that it's okay for me to turn this bad boy off. Let's see here. I had a Brock Purdy, Daniel Jones, JJ McCarthy. I didn't get any Minnesota with him. It must have been just last round pick. Second to last round, he had 216. Daniel Jones with what tier, Felix? What did you take here? Hopefully maybe they get Michael Mayer from the Raiders. Holy, that team was bad. Derek Carr, so it's A.T. Perry. Just going through a couple of my older teams, trying to prolong me waiting here. No one has responded. I'm going to end it here. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been real fun. Later, guys.